I'd like to call a meeting of the Southborough School Committee to order Wednesday, January 13th, 2021. It is 5:34 p.m. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Southborough School Committee will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the district website at the website printed in the agenda. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to listen or watch the meeting may do so in the following manner: the SAN government channel, Verizon channel 37, Charter channel 192. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the district website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. The first item is audience sharing on the agenda. Are there any folks that have their hands up to share anything? Seeing none, let's move to the new business. And Greg, Superintendent Marno, I'll turn that over to you.
Sure. So just a quick legislative update. We've, as you know, we've just learned news about the FY21 state budget being finalized last month. And thankfully, we're in the FY22 budget process at the state level. So in December, the House and Senate and the Ways and Means Committees and the Governor's Budget Office convene their annual consensus revenue hearing, and where the Department of Revenue and the other fiscal experts and economists discuss the prospects of the economy and state revenues for the second half of fiscal 21 and for fiscal 22. So we are expecting more information as the governor has to file his recommended budget by January 27th. So we are eagerly awaiting that information, as it will be important for our projections in our Southborough pre-K through 8 budget, as well as our Algonquin regional budget. And that is my update, a legislative update for this evening.
So shall we move to the learning model survey results? And before, I just want to acknowledge, now that I think we have everyone here, especially Greg, the district staff, we appreciate your willingness to, at more or less the last minute, change the time of this meeting and move it up an hour. I know that may not necessarily have been easy to do for everyone, but based on the amount of information we have to cover, we do appreciate it. Anyway, learning model survey results, Superintendent?
Sure, I will just give you 1 second to share my screen. And can everyone see my screen? All right, so this evening I'm pleased to present to the committee the Family Learning Model Survey results. And before I give an update of the survey data, I just want to spend a minute and just thank all of the families, the educators, the students, the building principals, and the leadership team at the central office, as well as the school committee. It has not been an easy journey from July 1 till now, but I think that working in partnership, I think we've done a good job given the conditions that exist. And we do recognize that there are places to improve. There's a lot of the school year left, and our philosophy as a district is, the work is never done, and there's always growth. So the data that we're reviewing tonight really is helpful from a district perspective, but also from a principal perspective and an educator perspective of, what's working well and what are areas that we need to think about as we move forward in the months of February, March, April, and through the end of the school year. So as part of the presentation this evening, I will share the Southborough K through 5 results disaggregated, as well as the Southborough 6 through 8 survey data. And we'll start with families on a hybrid program. And it was very clear in the survey results that 90% of the hybrid families think there are the right amount of safety measures. And I will share that 7% thought there were too many and 3% thought there were not enough. So overall, we had a positive response rate in terms of the safety measures are in place, they're effective, and they have done their job thus far. The Southborough 6 through 8 level, we had 265 families completed the survey. 233 of the families have children in the hybrid model, and 32 of the families children in the standalone remote program. And 83% of the hybrid families think there are the right amount of safety measures at the middle school level. And we had more of the results that basically stated families think there might be too many. Again, so I think the results for the safety measures are pretty clear that what we're doing is effective, and parents are in support of the safety measures that are in place. So we'll start with the K through 5 data, and the first question is looking at K through 5 aggregate, so looking at both SARP and hybrid families. And the question was, how satisfied are you with the way learning is structured at your child's school right now? So just a quick analysis, we had 48% of the families were quite or extremely, 35% of the families were somewhat, and 17% were slightly or not. And as we go through the survey, we'll make some general comments around some of the feedback that we received. So this was aggregate. So the next is aggregate. On the whole, I'm satisfied with how the public schools of Northborough and Southborough has responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we had 90% agree, strongly agree, and 10% disagree or strongly disagree. And again, that parent partnership has been essential, and we've received a lot of good feedback from families, and we've tried to adjust and improve the experiences for our students when we've been able to. So the next question is K through 5 hybrid. So this is disaggregated, removing the SARP families. How satisfied are you with the way learning is structured at your child's school right now? So 47% of the hybrid families said quite or extremely, 36% somewhat, and 17% slightly or not. And we'll share that in the comments around somewhat or slightly or not. Families really value in-person learning 5 days a week, and for some students, it's a real challenge learning in this hybrid model. So that was some of the feedback that was loud and clear. But many families commented that they understand it is as a result of COVID-19, and we're trying to keep students safe. But again, many families prefer to have 5 days a week of in-person learning, which I think most families, and I know most teachers and educators agree with that, as long as we can do it safely. In terms of the same question, focused on the district, on the whole, I'm satisfied with how the public schools of Northborough and Southborough has responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. 91% agree, strongly agree, and 9% disagree or strongly disagree. And again, as a result of COVID-19, we've had to make some difficult choices, and we tried to weigh even even though it's 91% agree and strongly agree, 9% still a lot. And trying to understand why and how we can improve the experience for the folks who disagree, the experience for their children. So this is now moving on to the standalone remote program families. So how satisfied are you with the way learning is structured? We had 56% quite or extremely, 31% somewhat, and 13% slightly or not. And I'll just comment generally on all educators have done a great job in the hybrid and standalone remote program, but I will share that the standalone remote program, teachers have really done an amazing job. It's not easy teaching in a Zoom environment, and I couldn't be more pleased as a superintendent of how hard they worked and how they're trying to make it work well for the students. And with that said, obviously some families are not satisfied at all, and basically their comment was more around that was the right choice for the family. It's not great for their children, but because of the health concerns that they had for their children, this is the option. And if there wasn't a pandemic, students would be in person learning. So this is, again, the district. So how satisfied the public schools of Northborough and Southborough in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic response. 90% agree, strongly agree, and again, 10% disagree and strongly disagree. So the next question focuses on how concerned are you about your child's social and emotional well-being right now? And this is aggregate, hybrid and standalone remote students and families. So 42% are not at all or slightly concerned, 27% somewhat, and 31% quite or extremely. So this was a theme that emerged K through 8, that families are concerned with students' social and emotional well-being. And the comments really centered around, even when at school, there's social distancing, it's just very different. Those opportunities for socializing outside of school and extracurriculars, it's just a very different environment. And parents are concerned. And then also, parents of students in the standalone and remote programs are concerned with isolation as a result. Many families have set up pods, but still there's a concern, and we're not surprised by this data, and we're doing everything we can to try to make sure, we're attending to social and emotional needs of our students.
Greg, I know this is being recorded, so you just said K through 8, but I think you meant K through 5. That's the chart. Am I correct?
Correct. In the theme, but the theme was K through 8 in terms of, and we'll look at the K through the 6th grade data. But
all right,
yeah.
I understand.
And then the same question focused on concern about a child's academic growth. So 45% are not at all or slightly, 27% somewhat, and 28% quite or extremely. And again, that's a large percentage, between the somewhat, quite, and extremely. And the comments really centered around, they just don't have a good gauge because of, it's just very different. The feedback's just different that they're getting from teachers. And, I think some of the metrics we use to gauge how students are progressing, for example, MCAS in the spring of 2020 was not given. So again, parents haven't been given some of that information that helps families make decisions about where students are performing academically. And Stephanie, in her presentation, will speak to this in a little more detail. So the next question is focused on communication from your child's school. So we asked a few communication questions, and 70% thought the school communications were helpful, quite or extremely helpful, 20% somewhat helpful, and 10% slightly or not. And I know that our building principals, our schools do a lot of communication, spend a lot of time trying to get the information to families. And I think for the most part, families are finding that information is very helpful. In terms of communication from the district, 68% find the communications quite or extremely helpful, 21% somewhat, and then 11% slightly or not. And then some of the feedback around district communication was just the volume. So there tends to be a lot of communication. And some of the feedback was, can you summarize it? Can you make it more digestible in terms of maybe quick snapshots, just key information? In terms of communication, so I know we've had some conversations over the several years around what is the best way for parents to receive information. So the question is, what is the best way for your child's school and teachers to communicate with you? 87% said by email, 3% by phone, 7% by text, and then app and website were also very low in terms of response of how parents like to receive information from schools and teachers. And the same question, just focused on the district, 91% families prefer to receive emails, 2% phone calls, and 6% text. And then the difference is apps and websites was the difference to make 100%. So moving on to the Southborough 6 through 8 data. Again, 265 Southborough families 6 through 8 completed the survey. 233 have students enrolled in the hybrid model. 32 families had students enrolled in the standalone remote program. And I already mentioned the 83% of the hybrid families think there are the right amount of safety measures. So when you look at the 6 through 8 data, how satisfied are you with the way learning is structured at your schools, at your child's school right now? 38% said quite or extremely, 37% somewhat, and 25% slightly or not. And this is the aggregate data again. And again, the 25% slightly or not was just around the 2 days a week, really wanting more in-person learning and wanting more time at school in classes. On the whole, I'm satisfied with how the public schools of Northborough and Southborough has responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. So 85% agree and strongly agree, 15% disagree and strongly disagree. And again, the 15% really was focused on, they thought that some families thought we should be in school for more in-person learning, and some families thought we shouldn't be in school, that it was too risky. So again, many of the forums that we held, we heard those themes, and those themes emerged from the data we received from the survey. So how satisfied are you with the way learning is structured at your child's school right now? This is the standalone remote program. 50% were quite or extremely, 47% somewhat, and 3% slightly or not. And I know that Principal Hershuk can share some details around what that looks like, but a lot of effort and thought and planning went into making sure our standalone remote program students are part of the middle school experience at Trottier and part of classes. So they've done a lot of work trying to stream in students when appropriate, and the teachers have been outstanding.
It does look like that there were no respondents that said they were not at all satisfied, which is
correct.
Good.
So the same question for the middle school level, and this is standalone remote. On the whole, I'm satisfied with how the public schools of Northborough and Southborough has responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. We had 84% agree, strongly agree, 16% disagree, strongly disagree. And again, this disagree or strongly disagree was focused really around the amount of instructional time online. So there were some families who feel like students should be online with their instructor from the start of the school day to the end of the school day. And that was a theme that emerged in I know the middle school and the central office leadership team has done a lot of work around, balancing screen time. So spending all day in front of a screen is not the best solution, and it needs to be balanced. And I know Gary's worked hard to work with educators to find that balance. This is, hang on. This is the middle school. How concerned are you about your child's social and emotional well-being right now? So again, a similar theme to K through 5. We had 38% quite or extremely, 25% somewhat, and 38% slightly or not. So again, this is something we are looking at in more detail and disaggregating the comments. The comments centered specifically around not a lot of opportunity to socialize, to engage in extracurricular activities. School is just very different. And outside of school, it's different as well in terms of, kids aren't socializing as much, and families are kind of concerned about how that's impacting their children. And this is 6 through 8 aggregate. How concerned are you about your child's academic growth? 37% quite or extremely, so a little bit higher than K through 5, 29% somewhat, and 34% slightly or not. And again, the same theme merged from grades 6 through 8 as we saw in K through 5. And that is just, it's just such a different learning environment that the parents are questioning the pace of content, how students are doing academically, and not, again, having some of those benchmarks or baseline assessments that help guide parents' understanding of how their children are performing. 6 through 8, this is communication at school. 66% were quite or extremely thought the communication was helpful. 27% somewhat, and 7% slightly or not. So communication has been very effective at the middle school. The district level, 62%, quite or extremely, 25% somewhat, and 13% slightly or not. And then again, this is what is the best way for the school or district to communicate with you? 89% responded email, 6% text, and 4% phone. And then we did have a few folks respond to app and website, but that was a very small percentage. So in summary, I think the themes that emerged K through 8, that parents are concerned about the well-being of their students, their children, and really highlighted they wanted to see more opportunities for socialization, whether it's after school, extracurricular, or creative ways to do that within the school environment. That was definitely a theme. Safety measures are greatly appreciated and are working. One trend that emerged was that, additional support on remote hybrid days. So families are looking for more support, some more structure on those remote hybrid days. Email is the preferred communication method for teachers, principals, as well as in schools, as well as the district. And then some families, some folks thought that notification of every COVID case in the district should not just be school-based, that families thought that they would like to know about cases that are across the district. So that was a theme that emerged. So in terms of what is working well, so some themes emerge around appreciation for remote work sent home in advance, and to have, not just technology activities and experiences, but having some of those traditional paper and pencil allow parents some flexibility, but also minimizes some screen time for students. It was a strong theme that the in-person days were very appreciative in that, more in-person days are something that families would like to see. We can do it safely. Consistency of interaction with teachers in the SARP. So again, the families who completed the survey who have standalone remote, have children in the standalone remote program, talked about, just the outstanding work that those teachers are doing in a very difficult environment. The consistent routines and expectations are working well. Teachers was a theme that emerged consistently, that parents and families have been, have acknowledged that teachers have been extremely invested and supportive of students. And that, the last bullet, a theme that emerged, the teachers are incredible and parents were very appreciative. The small hybrid classes was a theme that many parents commented on, that the small hybrid classes has really presented a opportunity and a different experience for many of our students. Specials, enjoying specials, and then the teacher support on Monday remote days was something that was a theme in the data. So what is challenging with your child's education, K through 8? So coordinated lunch breaks for at-home days for siblings. So again, if you have families who have children that span multiple schools, the different schedules can be challenging during remote days. A theme was needing increased live teacher support on remote days. This was something that we've talked about, and it has been a challenge for us as a district. And I will share that it's not out of a lack of attempting to hire more staff. It's just that the pool of people applying for positions is there's almost no pool, and Heather and Stephanie can speak to that. Some families would like, more self-paced options for work, either, for students who need acceleration in learning or to extend learning. Some families talked about not having a weekly schedule in advance was challenging. There are a few comments around Google Classrooms have a lot of info and can be overwhelming. At the same time, I think we've made some good improvements in trying to streamline and make consistent the resources. So again, if you have children who span 3 of our elementary schools, they're not using 3 different tools, they're using Google Classroom. The size of SARP classrooms, we have very large SARP classrooms. Again, this is part of the hiring challenge that we've faced, but also, just the design model that, as a district, it's very hard to adapt and react to changing circumstances. And as we planned for the reopening model, we had, large SARP classes. We tried to accommodate, have creative solutions. We looked at hiring faculty and staff, but that was a theme that emerged. Not enough or any teacher interaction on Monday. So again, we had that as a positive, a strength, but for some families, it's a concern that that they brought up, and we did see multiple comments on that. And then just going back around feedback on student work, many families thought that it was just limited in comparison to prior years, and I think that speaks to the question around how concerned are you around academic growth, and I think Stephanie will speak to this a little bit further in her presentation, but there aren't as many opportunities, just-in-time opportunities for educators to give students feedback or have that sit-down conversation or observe what students are doing. It's just a different environment. So that was a comment that was made. So, in summary, I think that as a district, we acknowledge that what we're doing is not perfect, that there are areas that are working really well and areas that we need to grow and improve on. I think the survey data was really helpful. And we are using a couple of the questions around what would you do if, scenarios around what would you do if we can have 4 in-person days and maintain the 6 feet of social distancing, or what would you do if we couldn't maintain the 6 feet of social distancing? What would you do in terms of your choice as a family? And I will go over that data next. So next steps, you know, we're looking for more opportunities for socialization. You know, I think the rec department, the RAP programs are now running in our schools. We're looking at other opportunities for socialization. We're looking at, again, hybrid teacher connections on remote days. We're still looking at, you know, how can we improve that for students? How can we, you know, how can we make that more consistent? Student feedback. We're looking at ways we can provide students with more feedback. And then lastly, you know, we're looking at how can we increase in-person learning. So we are in earnest looking at increasing in-person learning into 4 days, and we are engaging in that work. Much of the work has been behind the scenes, collecting data, but there will be forums. We've been working with the medical advisory team, and more information about what this will look like will be shared in the next several weeks. There will be a lot of opportunities for teacher input and feedback, for community forums, and for us to make a recommendation to the school committee around what is the next move, what's the next path for the district, if the health metrics allow us to do it safely. So this is a lot of data, but I just want to quickly share with you a little bit about what this chart speaks to. And this is one of the questions on the survey. You know, if the district hybrid model were shifted to 4 days of in-person, how would hybrid families respond? So I'll just use one row as an example. So if in grade 1, we had 104 families complete the survey. 100 would stay in the hybrid model and have their children attend 4 days of in-person learning. 4 of the families would shift their children to the standalone remote program. If we could not meet the 6 feet of social distancing, and you know, we did do this this work with our reopening plans, that in most cases we can't meet the 6 feet standard. If we were to move to a range of 3 to 6 feet, what would a family do? So 91 of the families would remain in the standalone, the hybrid program, and 13 would shift to the standalone remote program. So these data are extremely helpful to us as we think about what our next move is and how we'll accommodate and shift and make sure we have capacity to be able to do this. But it gets very complex, as you can imagine. And this data is really helpful for us to think about our next moves. The next data set is focused on our standalone remote program students. What would standalone remote program families do if we were able to have 4 days of in-person learning, maintaining that 6 feet? So I'll use grade 1 again as an example. So grade 1, we had 17 of our standalone remote families would remain in the standalone remote program. 11, if we could maintain 6 feet and go 4 days a week, 11 would shift to the hybrid, the 4 days a week model. If we cannot maintain 6 feet of social distancing and we had to go to 3 to 6 feet, we would have 21 of our standalone remote first grade families stay in the SARC program, and 7 would move to the 4 days of in-person learning. So again, I won't go through all the data, but this data is really helpful for us as we're thinking about what is our next path forward in terms of increasing in-person learning. And the last thing I'll just say about the planning that we're doing, that it's important that we're planning, because we want to put ourselves in a position to be able to make good decisions when the health metrics allow us to move. We don't want to find ourselves in February thinking about, oh, I wonder what we should be doing next. We want to do our planning. We want to give families good information so they can make good informed decisions and be ready to make good decisions if, again, we can do it safely. So at this point in time, I will stop sharing my screen and open it up to questions, and Stephanie and the principals and Mary Ellen and the directors are more than welcome to chime in with any other questions that we might be asked.
So Keturah has her hand up. I'd like to actually, just before Keturah's question, as far as the logistics on questions, again, I think I may have a little bit different thoughts every time, but I think that I would not call on somebody during a presentation. However, if the presenter sees a hand up and would like to call on that person mid-presentation, they're certainly welcome to. But I'm going to assume that the presenters, unless they choose not to, would like to complete their presentation before taking questions. But I'm going to leave it to them, at least mid-presentation, if that makes sense. Sorry, Keturah.
Oh, no, not at all. First of all, I just wanted to thank you for doing this survey. I think that it's clear from looking at the data that it's very helpful. And I think that it's really great to be so open to feedback and be willing to hear what all the families have to say about how things are going. I think that overall, considering that this is basically an entirely new way of setting up education for a district, overall, I think the feedback, I'm really happy with the feedback. I think that just and specifically the positive feedback about how things have been handled during COVID, I think it's really positive. And, I'm not minimizing or discounting those who are dissatisfied, but to have such a high percentage of families feel that things have been handled well, I think is a wonderful reflection on all the work that's been done. And so I think that's really great. I had a couple of questions. So of the families who said that they thought that that more safety precautions were necessary, I'm just curious if there were any comments where families elaborated on things that might be practical to do, or if it's anything that we're considering doing, or if it if there really isn't anything from that.
Yeah, I think that, so we had approximately, 90% of the families thought that we had the right amount of safety measures and they were working properly and were effective. We had about 7%, again, when you look at pre-K through grade or K through 8, thought that maybe there were too many. And then the 3%, some of the comments were around that no in-person learning should be taking place. And again, because we didn't disaggregate it from SARP and hybrid, I can imagine there were some families who think that, again, that's their position. I did not see any comments that really led us down a path of what are we not doing? What are we not considering in terms of mitigation efforts on the health front? Yeah. The one thing I will share was that there were 1 or 2 comments around families thinking we should be testing on a weekly basis. That was the one thing that was a comment that was made.
Okay.
And I'll just add that on the other end, probably the most common or not most common, but something we heard a few times about doing too much was recess. Is that there were a number of comments where people said, I think we're being too strict about recess and kids should have access to play structures and more freedom. And, you know, so that was on the other end one.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. I was just curious if there were concrete requests for things or whatever. The other thing, I just wanted to echo what was said about the teachers in SARP, that I've heard incredible feedback about the work that the teachers are doing. And it is a really hard way to teach, and it's very, I think, cumbersome, and especially at the elementary level, it's a real challenge to keep everybody going and on the same page and engaged and all of that. And it's, you know, it's so admirable what they're doing. And it makes me wonder if the percentage of families who were dissatisfied, if it either stemmed from the class sizes, which I know I've heard about before, or just from the fact that it's remote and there's only so much that can be accomplished in a remote format. I don't know if you had any comments about that.
No, I'll just say a few comments, and Stephanie, you can add in some commentary. So there are many families who chose the standalone remote program because children were medically compromised, and they're just not thriving in that environment. But again, parents made a decision around health and safety as a result of some underlying medical conditions. So that is one thing. A theme that emerged. And, the class sizes are something, a theme that emerged, not just in the survey data, but in comments and prior meetings we've had and conversations we've had with families. And just also, I just want to acknowledge Kathleen Valente. Kathleen's been leading the Southborough standalone remote program in addition to her principalship at NERI, and has done an amazing job. So Kathleen, I know you might have some additional input and insight into this as well.
Thank you. I agree with Couture. It's been a lot of work on the teacher's part. It's definitely a new situation, new learning environment, but teachers are doing exceptionally well collaborating with their grade level colleagues. I think having them all be a part of the PLCs together, planning together across the content areas has been extremely beneficial. Also, our co-teaching model between the two teachers and our reading specialists at NERI and at the other grade levels has been really helpful as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then my last thought was just about the survey section that talked about if people would change what they elect to do, hybrid or SARP. And I'm just wondering what are some of the conclusions that we're drawing, if any, so far, as to, because it's and it's interesting because I think I saw the Northborough data last week, and I think there were even greater potential movements in Northborough from what I remember with a quick look. So I don't know, I'm just wondering how that's affecting our thought process moving forward in terms of what we might want to do.
Yeah, I think that I'll just have some general comments. So I think it's very helpful to think about how we can accommodate more in-person learning. One of the things we did not want to do is we did not want to increase in-person learning for 20% of the families and have 80% of the families shift to the standalone remote program. That would be counterproductive. What the data is telling us is there is an appetite for many families to increase in-person learning. And one of the things that we need to do next is educate. And again, similar to what we did in August, have those medical advisory team forums, meet with people, because we have new information, we have new data about the virus, its trajectory, what we're seeing happening in school. And we're also working with Canon Design. And Keith, I don't know if you want to just comment on that briefly.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Greg. I think coming off of the survey and really looking at our spaces and the different opportunities we had to go beyond having Principal Ryan walking around with a meter stick to figure out what was really a safe way to do things. So we are partnering with Canon Design, which is an engineering firm that really takes into account about 15 to 18 different factors when it comes to students in a classroom. Everything from the size of the classroom itself to the competency of using PPE, like the usage of a mask. It also takes into account HVAC factors as well. So we're really trying to partner with them to come up with a calculator to allow us to rate the risk of bringing students back into the building. So granted, the health metrics are so critical to this work, we want to have more of a backing behind it beyond just taking simple measurements between desks. We wanted to calibrate all the different factors and the different data that was available to us to really rate that risk. So it's exciting work. It is in its infancy. Greg and I are trying to push them to create the calculator for us a little quicker if we can do that, because like he said, the planning part is so critical to our ability to bring more students back.
That's fascinating that there's a firm that we're working with on that. That's great. And is that where the 3 to 6 feet, this is my last question, is that where the 3 to 6 feet came from? Because I don't know if the standards are shifting or if it's something that, new information that's emerging as we're learning more about what happens in, with the virus in schools, or where did that come from? And that's also a pretty big range. So where do we think we're going to land?
So one thing that we're trying to do with this tool is be more granular. So we could say, about 3 to 6 feet. But what we want to do classroom by classroom is say, in this classroom, it's 5 feet, 5 inches. In this classroom, it's 4 feet. And I think, and then what is the risk? Again, what is the difference in risk from 6 feet to 5 feet or to 4 feet? So our vision is that a parent can click on his or her child's classroom and see what the increased risk would be moving from 6 feet to 5 feet. And again, as Keith mentioned, the tool that we're hoping takes into all the mitigation efforts, masking, social distancing, air quality, air exchange. So it takes into all the factors that we've been talking about and puts it into one tool.
Interesting. Thank you very much.
Tag on to that, Katura, 3 to 6 feet has always been what we can do. So by, DESE guidelines, that we've gone with the most conservative.
That's true. And are there districts who have gone with smaller distances and they're in session in person?
Yes, there are districts that have done the 3 feet. I mean, even some of our surrounding towns are at 3 feet in their high schools. And then there's a lot of non-public schools who are all in at 3 feet. Mm. So there is some anecdotal data. There's no hard data or no hard research on it. There is some from overseas, but nothing. So we're working on trying to compile anecdotal data from all of these schools and what the rate of in-school transmission is in those schools with the closer distances.
So okay. I'll just also comment that the tool also, the goal, the tool allows us to overlay our community health metrics. So what is the virus doing within our community? So again, we get a sense of what the Southborough risk is or what the Southborough health metrics are. So we're not using Worcester County or we're not using Marlborough. It's a very granular analysis that we would be using. And I guess my point is we haven't done any education. So we've just asked the question. Now we really need to educate families so they have information to make decisions that are right for their families.
And I was just going to add that I think one of the things, you asked the question, like, what do these numbers tell us in terms of thinking about planning? And in addition to the overall point, which Greg made, is like, there's an appetite for more in person. It does tell us that there would have to be, there would be movement and there would have to be staffing adjustments and, we would have to plan for that. And one of the things we've learned is that having continual movement is really, really challenging and difficult. And so we have the survey data to help us plan, but then we would need to ask people, families also know more now, just like we know more now. And so we would need to ask people to make a commitment and say, which am I doing, and not have sort of this sort of flow constantly back and forth.
Yeah.
So that we could
and
do
it would be a commitment probably through the year. Is that what you're thinking, like to the end of the year? Because at that point it would just be a few months.
That's what we're thinking. That's what we're thinking. Nothing, not sure yet.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah.
Molly, I see your hand up next.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. One of the things that I noticed was that even though there were challenges listed for the SART program, the majority still say that given a potential to move to a different program, they would still stay. They would still stay with the SART program. So I don't know, that spoke loudly to me that there's something's working because they want to continue with that program. And also, it also kind of highlighted what Greg pointed out, which are some families have health reasons that no matter what, they're just going to continue with the program that they started with. And could you, if you have this information available, Greg or Stephanie, tell us like the percentage of that answered? So we had a count of families that answered, but does that represent what percentage of students or families does that represent?
Sure, so I can get that data for you, Kamali, or that calculation. But we have about a little over 1,150 students in our district. And we had about 800 respondents to the survey. So I'll get the exact calculation for you. But that is one thing what we're looking at is extrapolating out. So this is just this isn't everyone. So I'm trying to think about if everyone took the survey, what would the data look like?
Right. And I was kind of trying to doing some mental math there. The volume seems high enough, but I just wanted to know the actual number because then it will help us understand, is this a representation of the majority of the population? And then I just kind of also, based on the timing on when we took that survey, me included, I think that was, well, I know for sure that was before people had the understanding that we could move to weekly testing and have that information. So I actually think that, there are some minds that may have shifted a little bit as well since that time. So I take all of that in what the information that you shared, Craig.
No, I think that's a good point. And Mary Ellen will be talking about the testing protocol and what we're hoping to establish in the weeks to come. So I think that is part of the equation.
All right, thank you for the report out on all of the data. Appreciate it.
Jess, I think you're next with your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Keith, this is kind of off topic, but for Keith, when you were talking about that calculator, I was kind of fascinated by that, and I was wondering, and maybe this could be talked about in another section of this meeting too, but as we're hearing more about more contagious versions of the virus that are happening, I'm wondering if that calculator also will be able to take that into consideration too. Is that something it can?
I know in our preliminary conversations that was discussed, how we do calibrate for the different strands that pop up. I mean, that was,
yeah.
I could see, I could hear, I couldn't smell the wood burning because it was over Zoom, but I could see the wheels turning with the engineer of different thinking of how he would put that into calibration. So I know it is part of the thinking right now, but I don't think it has an answer yet.
I think it would probably be more the rate in your community would be what would factor, the positivity rate in your community rather than, because you can't extrapolate what strain it is. They don't test for that, so if it's a more contagious strain, you would have a higher rate in your community.
Yeah, I was wondering, maybe Mary Ellen, when we get to that, I don't know if you're doing when you do your report, maybe I'd love to hear if there's ways that we need to prepare for more contagious strains. Like, are we going to need to be wearing different kinds of masks? Do we not know the answers to that yet? This is kind of stuff I've been wondering about, and I've had parents ask me about too. Like, are the masks that we're wearing going to still work? Are we going to have to wear different kinds of masks? Or the kids, those are some questions that I've been wondering, and people have been asking me too. So, thank you.
So Jessica, I'll just
Yeah.
one comment, and that is that we're asking families, and this is hard to do, to think about what they might do in 8 weeks if the health conditions are such that we can return to greater in-person, or 12 weeks or 14 weeks in-person learning. So I think the one thing that we've always said is that we are looking at the data day to day. And if we're seeing trends or in-school transmission, or if we get to a point in February that the metrics are so high it's just not safe to return, we would again make decisions based on what we're seeing in the community. And this is one concern we have, is around this new, more contagious strain. That wasn't part of our equation in December.
I think we just need to continue with the mitigation strategies we're doing, and people need to think about that social responsibility that they have. And it would be, what are the activities that are outside of, that you're bringing back into the school, and travel and things like that. So there would be a lot of things that could take place to make the risk low. And you think about that, things shutting down, and, we would go back to different phases.
Are you good, Jess? I guess, okay. So I don't see any other hands up. I'd just like to make a couple of comments. Echoing some comments that have already been made from other committee members. It is rewarding to, the results of the survey are rewarding in that the percent of people that at least are generally satisfied with how the district is managing this process, how effective the communications are. I think that's great, and I'm not discounting at all those folks that had identified their dissatisfaction. There was one comment that I wasn't sure I heard it right. Sounded like there was some dissatisfaction with how many people, the number of people that were in person. Is that something that you said, Greg? But I don't understand why, since no one is forced to be in person as far as the hybrid.
I think
I can't connect the dots from that comment to reality. Maybe I just misunderstood.
I'm sure I wasn't clear. So people are some families are dissatisfied because they thought we should have 4 days of in-person learning from the start. So just, it's the quantity of in-person days. Some people thought we should have been more aggressive and had more days of in-person learning.
Okay, I understand that now. Well, and of course that flies somewhat in the face of the fact that at least based on the survey results, there's clearly not an easy balancing act to create an environment where the folks that would like to get back to 4 days in person versus the folks that would move their children to remote. It would be nice if that was a nice balance, that the number of folks that wanted to move to in-person balanced out with kind of the class capacity capabilities we have and the health data, but I'm sure that's going to be very difficult to manage at this point in time. The other thing that I was not surprised to hear was that the largest, I guess, as I recall, the largest dissatisfied group, if you will, or from the questions were in the social emotional aspect, which makes a lot of sense because I hear that a lot, right? I mean, kids that are at home just don't get that anymore. So I'm not sure what can be done about that at this point in time. But overall, I think that survey was was a great report card for the district. That's all I have. Anybody else have a follow-on, or Greg a follow-on, or shall we move to?
So Roger, the only thing I'll add is that the questions I've been hearing a lot as a result of the survey is, will standalone remote programs still be an option for families moving forward? And I just want to be clear with families that it will be an option for those families who think it's the right fit for their children from now until the remainder of the school year.
All right, thank you for that. Yeah, I think what I did hear Stephanie say was the mobility that the district has offered, to be able to move may be more difficult to accommodate, especially as you're trying to, accommodate a change, to the overall. It's just so difficult to manage. All right, next on the agenda is teaching and learning update.
Sure. So I think it fits nicely in with the survey data around the academic concerns families are having and looking at the assessments and how we're providing students with feedback and kind of overall patterns and trends we're seeing in terms of performance. So Dr. Reinhorn will provide a presentation and just a comment that she's collaborated with all of the principals, and again, this was a team effort, and Stephanie really worked with everyone to get their input and insight. And at the end, principals and Stephanie will be more than willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Greg. So that was actually where I was going to start, was the thanking, and I'm going to build right off of what you were saying, Greg, which is thanking the principals and the teachers who, this presentation really is a reflection by many, asking many people to take stock of how things have been going. It's, I build off of those survey results as we start to set a little bit of context and think about, I can relate to some of what we saw in that survey of this generalized sense of concern around academic progress and around social emotional development that parents are feeling. Varying degrees for different people. And as a parent of school-age children, I can relate to that. And when we look at what we're hearing from our teachers and from our principals, there is a similar sort of, just sense of concern. And some of that, as Greg said, comes from the fact that this is all so different. And so our ways of knowing how things are going and of sort of making our way through school days is so different. So one of the things that's been really important for us is to take that sense of concern and look at data and say, what do we actually know about how kids are doing in terms of their learning and in terms of their social emotional development? So that is, I would like to share with you where we are. And I want to keep reminding ourselves that we are still in the middle of this experience, and we're still in the middle of the pandemic. So this is sort of an update on where we are and what we know about how things are going and our reflections on that. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we are focusing on with teaching and learning by talking about power standards, talk about assessments, how do we know how things are going, and talk about then our reflections on what we're noticing about how students are doing in these different areas. So in terms of power standards, power standards are not, when we talk about power standards, it's not something we created because of COVID. Power standards is a concept, and there's a process for identifying power standards or processes that people use in a typical school year. This year, it's been more important than ever. Teachers have been working across the standalone remote program and the hybrid programs to identify the high priority skills and knowledge and topics. That then helps them make decisions about how they're using in-person time versus remote time, or in the case of the fully remote classes, how they're allocating their time and their resources. It also helps to guide them in thinking about their sort of pedagogical decisions about the learning experiences that they're creating and how to align, with the standards in this new environment. I thought it might be helpful just to give you a sense of what we mean when we say power standards. And so what I did is actually pulled out from grade 4 social studies. As you know, across the state, there's been a new set of social studies standards that have been adopted. And, we're in an implementation process. And this, again, is work that we've been doing outside of the pandemic, is grade level by grade level. The teachers have come together to look at all of the standards and say, which ones are the high priority, must do, and dig deep on, and which are the ones that we would consider secondary standards, which doesn't mean we ignore them and that we don't teach them, but it means they might not be as high a priority. So this is just an example of, this sort of this prioritizing process that teachers have been going through. And they've been going through this in every discipline this year to really rethink and reassess. So given that we have, sort of power standards helping us with thinking about what we're teaching, it's also important to say, well, so if that's what we're teaching, how do we know what students are learning and how they're doing? So I thought it would be helpful to think about what we do in a typical year, and then how has that been adapted? In a typical year, Greg made this point in his previous presentation, the thinking about how we sort of organize the year starts in the previous year. We don't start from scratch every year. And so the assessments in the spring help us to set things up. And then we come in early in the fall and have some more assessments that really help us to think about the year. In the elementary, I'm just going to focus on literacy and math for the purposes of seeing some examples. We have a full set of different assessments that happen on schedule. There are certain times a year when these various assessments happen, and at different grade levels, there's a different schedule of assessments, but they include the Fontes and Pinnell benchmark assessment system, the SRI, sight words, letter recognition, writing prompts, letter formation with our youngest students. There's a really comprehensive set of assessments that are used. In math, we have topic assessments, we have fluency checks, diagnostic tests that are sometimes used as pre and post tests. There are teacher-made assessments and quizzes. And in kindergarten, there's a whole set of skills, including rote counting, number formation, one-to-one correspondence. So again, a wide range of assessments that are used on a set schedule throughout the year. And then those are used to inform grouping for instruction, for instructional decisions. In grades 6 through 8, you have obviously now more of a disciplinary sort of organization of the work. So it's a little different in terms of how things are organized, but you again have a range of types of assessments. You have paper and pencil tests, some that are created by the teachers and others that are, from the curriculum resource materials. You have papers, essays, projects, presentations. Sometimes oral discussion and participation in oral discussion is used as an assessment and is assessed. We use the QRI assessment, which is qualitative reading inventory, as the literacy assessment in the middle school, and lots of other examples. So this year, I think the overarching thing you should realize is that we are using most of the same assessments, but we have adapted them. So we didn't have the spring assessments that we would typically have. So people weren't able to do some of the diagnostic and sort of end of year assessments that they would typically do. We didn't have MCAS. And when we came back to school, there was an intentional focus on re-entry to school and social emotional needs of kids. And so we intentionally said we do not want to greet kids with a battery of assessments. We want to, welcome them back into this environment and then move toward the assessments a little bit later in the fall than we normally would. With that said, we then moved into saying, how do we adapt the assessments and how do we modify? So I'm just going to give a few examples. There would be examples for all of these, but the Fontes and Pinnell, which is a really key literacy assessment at the elementary level to determine reading groups and what level students are at. We had to change what text we're using for the reading to use the RAS Kids readers, which are a digital resource, and to use their assessment books with the Fontes and Pinnell framework and approach. Because then we could use that same assessment in our remote program and our hybrid program. So that's just an example of using sort of the same overall approach, but having to make some adaptations that our reading specialists, did a lot of work to support our teachers in having a modified framework. In math, just an example, teachers have had to do all sorts of adjustments, in some cases using Google Forms as a way to take the topic assessments from Envision and make them possible, for example, in a remote setting. In the 6th through 8th grade, the overarching response to sort of what's been different about assessments this year is that the overwhelming response was that teachers across the board said we're assessing more frequently with shorter assessments. So rather than having a big test, we're chunking things more. Rather than having a big project, we're making smaller scale. So there's much more frequent assessment. So they have more frequent information. In reflecting on how the assessments are going, I was really struck by the fact that across the board, yes, this is challenging. Yes, this is different, but teachers are getting a lot of information about how students are doing, and they are able to use that information to inform instruction and inform interventions and work together with principals on saying, okay, what do we need to adjust and what do we need to do differently? In person, one of the reflections was that because our hybrid cohorts are smaller, it is easier to identify and address student needs. They can be, much more, they can use that observational data, and that is powerful. That conferring with students is a key strategy. And again, small class size in the hybrid has made that really important. In the remote assessments, there was a lot of reflection that individual conferences and small group work has been very important for having a strong understanding of where students are. And at the middle school level, Canvas has been a very important tool for feedback. And teachers have actually used aspects of Canvas in ways that they hadn't previously. In terms of challenges related, as people reflected on what's going on with assessments, there's trade-offs and compromises that people are grappling with. The teachers are saying, I don't want to overuse my in-person time for formal assessment, because if I'm doing formal assessments, I'm not doing certain instructional and interactive and the opportunities for conversation and those other activities. However, when they do the assessments, the more formal assessments remotely, they're finding it very difficult to determine what kids are doing independently and what they're really able to accomplish, and they feel like they get less information from it. The other, I think, overarching reflection was that there's a lot of informal observational data that they typically have, even watching a student in an assessment situation or just watching them in their daily work, that they're really feeling the loss of that data. Observation is a powerful part of the way teachers work with kids. And so that is one of the challenges. And just to give a really it's not just knowing what they know, but it's also then being, Greg made this point earlier, being able to do that like just in the moment feedback and intervention is much harder in our remote settings. And when we have, a significant amount of our time is remote. And an example of that, and this is partly about observational data and partly just about the challenges, would be with our youngest learners. An example is thinking about learning handwriting, right? And the ways the teachers have talked about where they don't get to see the kids' pencil grip in the same way. They might see the product of the writing, but they're not seeing the kids in process and being able to have the same vantage point on seeing the work in process. And to Greg's point about feedback, they can't jump in right in that moment and give the feedback on the pencil grip and on where you're starting your letter formation, starting from the top, or, so those things. So those are some of the challenges that people are grappling with and saying, okay, so how do we adapt? Social emotional development. So this is a big theme in the survey data, and obviously, this goes way beyond Southborough and is a theme in our society right now. As we all know, there are fewer opportunities for socialization, and in particular, that there's a lot of incidental connections and interactions that even for our kids who are coming in the hybrid model, there's less than there would typically be. And so that is, an overarching kind of worry for everyone. It is interesting that across the board, we're seeing fewer behavioral and disciplinary challenges. We have smaller groups. We have a lot more constraints on the ways kids are interacting, and therefore we have fewer of those challenges. Some of the social emotional other sort of challenges are around long hours on the screens and the anxiety and sort of impact that has. From the teacher perspective, they also feel like they have a lot less data and they have fewer experiences, again, to observe kids, whether it's conflict resolution or how do they collaborate with others and things like that. So they have less opportunities to intervene on social skills and on social and emotional development. And they also have less information because it's not happening in their presence as much. Now, on the bright side, schools and classes and teachers and parents are trying to create these opportunities, whether it's creating informal parent facilitated lunch bunches. We've heard of some of that happening on remote days through Zoom. So kids are eating lunch and able to just chat with each other. There are different ways at the middle school. We're just starting to get activities going, after school activities going and moving in that direction. So there's a lot of work we're doing to try and respond to this. Okay, so observations on how is learning going. One of the overarching themes is that there's variability, and this is true always, right? This is not just COVID. Some students are thriving and some are struggling. Again, that would be true. In some cases, it's some students are thriving who maybe struggled last year, and this year they're thriving in remote. So it's not 100% predictable based on past progress, but overall, the vast majority of students are making progress. They are learning and they are developing. It is a pretty consistent theme that remote work is a struggle for students, the independent asynchronous work. And that is sort of a K through 8, we hear that fairly consistently. A couple of more specific observations. In elementary math, students are on par in terms of what we're seeing with topic assessments compared to years past in general. There are a couple of grade levels where teachers are feeling like fact fluency is not quite where it might be, and automaticity with facts. And so they're responding to that and saying, okay, how can we invest a little bit more in that? In ELA, across the board at the elementary level, the majority of students are reaching benchmarks for the time of year that we're at. They are, there are some students who are struggling, but it appears to be a similar proportion to years past. We are very hesitant to do really strict comparisons year to year because we have modified the assessments. And so although they are really helpful for us to see progress and to see growth, it's not a perfect comparison to compare this year to last year. At the middle school level, across disciplines, the overarching kind of observation is that students are engaging with on grade level concepts and skills, and it really is comparable to the work they would be doing in years past in terms of the type of work that they're doing. So in summary, the power standards have been really important as a guide for teacher decisions and for planning. Pacing in general, given that we're using the power standards and the work that we're doing is really generally on track. We have to also remember that we started 2 weeks late, and that needs to be taken into account as well. It's also really important to remember, and we keep reminding ourselves as educators, that so many of the things that we teach in our curriculum, they don't appear once in the experience of a child. They are often concepts that spiral through the curriculum, that are developed over the course of years, whether they be sort of practice standards like problem solving or the history practice standards, or whether they're larger kind of topics like in literacy, writing a particular genre like memoir. We don't do that once, we do that many times over years. So that is working in our favor, absolutely. Teachers, another just thing to remember in summary is that teachers are assessing and responding to the students' developmental needs, both socially, emotionally, and academically. And students are making progress. They're responding in variable ways to the new learning environment, but they are developing, by and large, the majority. I think as we think about the power of observation, and we've made that point, parents and guardians are crucial partners every year, but more than ever this year. And they are observing, and you all are observing your students at work at times that we can't see exactly what's happening. And so as we, continue through the year and with report cards and conferences, it's really important that we continue to have that partnership and share that, hear your observations as we continue through the work. We realize that what I'm presenting is the big picture trends, but your individual child, we deal with each child as an individual as well. So continue to partner with the parents in that way. And again, I'll just end with a thank you to the teachers, to the families who are also teachers this year, and to the principals, the reading specialists, curriculum coordinators, just everyone, for all the work that has gone into to the fact that we can stand here and say our kids are learning and they're progressing. So thank you to all of them.
Any questions from the committee members? Jen, I see your hand up.
Thanks. This is really helpful to see some of the things that we're seeing, and it's great to see that students are progressing. I'm wondering, do we know, have there been state data to show whether or not these are the types of trends happening across, so basically I'm just trying to see, like, is this going to be a cohort effect and our kids are going to be pretty much on the same level as other districts?
So, there's not data yet. I mean, this is one of the reasons the state is really wanting to have, to hold the MCAS this year. And I think it will be important and helpful. They're wanting to do the MCAS in a way where they do it more of a sampling model so that kids don't an individual child won't take as long of a test, but across the state, they can get a good sample of data to be able to look at just that question. And that's why, you know, we sort of started with saying we're still in the middle of this. But I do think that, and I think Greg would agree with me, that this is good news. Like that, you know, there are a lot of districts that are really struggling, particularly some of the urban districts and districts that have been fully remote. You know, one of the ways we're responding in some of the cases where kids are socially, emotionally really struggling is sometimes parents are saying, can I bring my student back to hybrid? And we're able to work with them and say, yes, let's figure this out. But I think we are connecting with the students across the board, and generally we don't have some of the situations that some districts have in terms of really having a hard time even having some kids engage in school. So,
Great, thank you.
Greg, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Katura, you're up next, it looks like.
All right. Thank you so much for that. It's really helpful and wonderful to see all the thought that is going into things behind the scenes on these important aspects. I'm just wondering, when you were talking about identifying the high priority skills, knowledge, and topics, I think somebody may have asked this question at a different meeting, but is the same amount or volume of curriculum still being covered this year, or are there certain areas where we're maybe having to pare it down a little bit because of circumstances, and so that's why we're identifying these really important things? Or I just was wondering about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely, I would say it's a combination of things. Part of the identifying high priority is sometimes it's being used to make decisions about, in the hybrid, what am I doing in person versus what might be asynchronous work. So that is one way to think about it. And in some cases, it's about how deep we go on something. And in some cases, it's, you know, that it is what you said, like, we are having to make, you know, some choices on some of these things. And sometimes it's knowing. So I'll give the example of some of the things that are more sequential. Teachers are even talking to each other and saying, okay, so if I'm not going to get to this year, but we know this happened last year and we know it comes back again next year. So it's all very sort of conscious decisions about where can we afford to shave so that we still feel confident that we're getting the overarching learning that needs to happen.
Interesting.
Definitely can I just comment too that the prioritization of standards, you know, creating those power standards is not done in isolation. So we have teams of teachers, you know, vertically organized, you know, pre-K through 8, looking at the history and social science frameworks, for example, and really making collective decisions around what are those priorities and what is the theme that runs through a student's pre-K through 8 experience. So a lot of thought is given to the creation. And I'll say what's different this year is, you know, the emphasis has really been on those prioritization standards, those power standards, and some of those standards that are important, but again, if time is not available, some of those standards have been put on the sideline for now, and will be revisited next year.
Yeah, it's a really important point, Greg. It's not every teacher for themselves deciding what's important and what's not. There's consistency across classrooms on this.
Yeah, that's important. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Molly, I see you're up next.
Yeah, I have a question. Do the teachers have a tool that they can use to, I don't know, to request information or observations from parents? So your last bullet on the slide was the parent partnership, and it's about the observations that they're missing when, you know, if there's hybrid or SARP model. Is there, are they encouraged, Stephanie, to say every month or 2 months to reach out to student X or the whole classroom and say, parents, here's a form, you know, what are these, do you observe these things occurring in your child or not? Please let me know. And then they could react accordingly. And I'm, you know, in a very specific manner, like, you know,
Yeah.
are they starting the letter like this? Are they using 4 different math models, or are they only choosing to do this? Is there some tool of that sort or encouragement? Or is it just everyone does something different?
I'll give a general response, and then if any of the principals want to jump in, you're welcome to. I mean, I think in general, the teachers have a tremendous amount of back and forth interaction with parents. And different teachers do have different sort of approaches to that. But I would say this year, from what I'm hearing more than ever, there's sort of this constant back and forth, especially in the SART program. But I don't know if any of the principals have any specific examples that they want to share or thoughts on this.
I'll just speak to that, and I agree with you, Stephanie. The parents and teachers have a great relationship and always have, and our teachers are very responsive in a timely manner to concerns or questions that teachers have, and are able to address those right away and partner with the parents, especially on behaviors they might be seeing on remote days. So I think it's working, and I think it's important that we recognize that during these times, it's really essential that those lines of communication are kept open, and our teachers, again, just do a terrific job with that. And parents, I feel, are very willing to email and let teachers know what they're concerned with and want to partner with them as well.
I would just like to add, oh, go ahead, Steve.
You first, Clayton.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I was just going to add that, you know, we have thanked our parents from the get-go on this, and I think that's a very challenging balance, Kamali, only because as much as we want our parents to be, they have to be, you know, our partners in this work. We don't want to overwhelm them and have them be doing any kind of incidental or informal assessments in that level. It'd just be another task, and we're trying to minimize that. We've done that with our structures and our design with some of the things that we've tweaked over time based on parent feedback. But the back and forth from our teachers to our parents around progress and what parents are seeing is really giving our teachers the data points that they need to make adjustments, to offer suggestions, to make it workable for kids. Because the last thing we want is for families to check out of the process when there's already a barrier that's removing them from accessing it in the traditional way.
Kamali, to answer your first part of your question, we don't have a formalized tool that's used for that, but to Clayton and Kathleen's point, we do have regular communication with families, from classroom teachers to parents, you know, dipsticking and finding out what's working, what struggles or challenges may be arising through certain assignments. And, you know, in Southborough, we have great two-way communication where families regularly, you know, share their thoughts and perspectives on what's happening in the home, because you make a great point. You know, we're only seeing kids a fraction of the time that from what we're used to seeing them in years past. So that feedback from parents is crucial.
I would like to add that I would probably argue that parents are probably seeing more student work now than they've ever have seen before. You know, the online submission process is requiring, you know, parents to assist their children. For example, in math classes, you know, it's routine for our students to take pictures of their work to submit it for feedback. And I know that, you know, parents have had more of a hand in that process. So I think that snapshot of student work on the ongoing student work is consistent. And then it's coupled with the feedback that students are getting through Canvas and emails from our teachers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. I just might echo. It's the recognition of how important I guess the participation in our community from parents in the teaching process. I think can't be overstated. Stephanie, thank you very much for this update. For me, it was very informative, and the way you presented it, I thought was very, very helpful for me.
Thank you, Roger.
So the next item on the agenda is the English learning presentation. Rhoda Webb was not able to attend this evening, so I think I would simply like to say that unless there's objection from any of the committee members, we will move this to the next school committee meeting in February. So I'm quickly looking around to see if there's any objection, and it looks like we've done it. So moved, it's moved. Next on the agenda is the Nasdaq demographic study presentation. So related to this, I noticed that Jason Malinowski, who's chair of the Capital Planning Committee, and is Kathy in the audience at this point? I saw Kathy Cook, advisory chair.
Roger, I promoted John Kennedy from Nasdaq and Jason Malinowski and Kathy Cook, so they should be joining our panel.
Okay, so I see everybody's out of the attendees and into the panel. Excellent. I know, so since Jason is also chairs the School Research Subcommittee, I guess, do you want to call your committee to order, at least, Jason, since you do have a quorum that's in attendance?
Yeah, I should. It's 7:11 p.m. All members are present, and I've already read the required statement at the beginning of your meeting, if I heard it correctly.
I hope it was correct. I try to...
I'm going to go with assuming it's right, and we're good to go.
All right. Greg, should I be turning this over to you to turn it over to John? How would you like to proceed? And
Sure. So first of all, it's very nice to meet you, John. We've had many phone conversations, but it's nice to put a face to the name. So welcome. And I did promise John that I would have him on at 7:11 exactly. So I didn't share that we'd be starting the meeting at 5:30. So, but anyway, we're on schedule for you. So thank you for coming. So John works for Nasdaq, and I'll probably ask Jason to give a little bit of context around the capital planning subcommittee, the school research subcommittee, and the task, and then talk a little bit about the work that we partnered with Nasdaq and how the two tie together. So Jason, if you want to give a little context, that'd be helpful.
Sure. I appreciate the opportunity to join everyone tonight. As a reminder, Ms. Martin from your committee, as well as Kathy Cook, who's a member of the Capital Planning Committee, comprised of the Capital Planning Committee / School Research Subcommittee. It's a handful. And we were formed as a offshoot of the Capital Planning Committee to really analyze these school buildings and understand the enrollment projections that, we're going to hear a lot more about it in a few minutes. And depending upon what the enrollment projections tell us, whether any of the school buildings may be available for purposes of town use moving forward. The town, as you know, recently built a brand new public safety facility and has many other capital needs that involve buildings moving forward. But one of the key objectives when the Southborough Board of Selectmen formed our larger capital planning committee was to take a holistic view. Instead of having department head A bring one need and department head B bring another need, try and see if there was a plan for Southborough over the next 10 years that can bring kind of multiple community needs together into one critical path. A key component of that is understanding what the school community will need, whether there's going to be a need for increased capacity, the same capacity, or less capacity based on the projections that we're going to hear about. So our committee has studied many permutations of what ifs, and the key thing that came out of every what if is it all depends on the enrollment. So we were very anxious to hear the verbal explanation of what we saw in the pre-read in the presentation, and obviously we'll chart our next steps based on what we learned tonight.
So welcome, John. And again, I think that on an annual basis, we receive an enrollment report from Nasdaq that helps us plan for the future, and it looks at past enrollment trends, but also projects the future. So one of the things that the Capital Planning School Research Subcommittee recommended early on was making sure we have good data to make informed decisions. Part of the consultation Nasdaq does with districts is demographic studies. So I believe Kathy Cook reached out to Nasdaq and we had some great conversations and determined that a demographic study would be the next best step to get really good data to make informed decisions. So we really pressured Nasdaq to have the report ready early in January. So thank you, John, for making that happen, and welcome. And I will turn it over to you to give your presentation. And I will be driving this evening for John. So we'll have to quickly connect and make a connection around when to change the slides. So I'm going to share my screen.
I think John may be muted.
John, I think you're muted.
Yeah, he is muted. John, can you hear us? You are muted. And you are still muted. Maybe bottom left of the screen.
Okay. How's that?
Perfect.
Okay. Very good. Thanks. All right. Well, first of all, I wanted to compliment the administration and the committee for engaging in a report of this type. It is very important, we believe, for a district to engage in an analysis which will provide information through demographics and enrollment projections prior to going forward with decision-making with regard to facility use or programming or grade configuration. So I want to compliment the district on that, and also mention that the people within the community, government officials, and also realtors who were recommended to us by the district were tremendously helpful and cooperative. So we can't thank them enough as well. It was, they provided some very good key information to us. So now let me give you a little bit of information about Nasdaq first, and you can, and then we'll move right along. You can see the project team listed here, and just a little bit of info about Nasdaq. The organization has been in operation for in excess of 75 years. It originated out of the Harvard Graduate School of Education. It is currently a nonprofit organization, and the main office is right down the road from you folks in Marlborough. And so that's where we operate from currently. This year and last year, we have had approximately 250 member districts throughout New England. And so we're very pleased with that, and also the fact that many of them have been members for in excess of 10 consecutive years. And so that's an indicator, we believe, that our services are helpful to districts. And in terms of what do, we are engaged in a number of services, one of them being executive searches for administrative positions. We also are involved with other areas and work. Beyond that, we do strategic planning. We are also involved with facility studies, best use studies, and we do capacity analyses for districts. And lastly, we do demographic studies and enrollment projections. Last year, we did in excess of 200, and I believe it was 270 sets of enrollment projections for districts throughout New England. So it's an extensive process. And now on this slide, you can see the team that worked on this project. And Donald Kennedy, no relation, is the executive consultant who assists with our enrollment projections. And Arthur Betancourt is our executive director, and Karen LeDuc and I work on the projects as far as the demographies go. Okay, next. All right. And now we go to the agreement, and we entered into an agreement with the public schools of Northborough and Southborough to conduct a demographic study. And the goal is of the project is to provide information based on so that decision-making regarding future grade level reconfigurations and or building renovations or construction can be reviewed with the knowledge ahead of time of what the future enrollments look like. Next. Okay, and then we were asked to prepare the enrollment projections and also to identify demographic factors that affect the student enrollments in the Southborough schools. And so in order to do that, we typically analyze district and municipal records data. Obviously, enrollment data is key. And then we also analyze data provided by town government officials, the U.S. Census Bureau, the Warren Group. The Warren Group provides information for southern New England states, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island with regarding monthly single-family home sales for the communities in each state. And so that's very helpful information. HUD provides permit history, and also we received communication from local realtors who were recommended to us concerning the present real estate market in the town of Southborough. So that information is very helpful as we move forward with a study. And so the report will open, first of all, with information on general populations, and then we will be talking about school enrollments overall, and then the factors that influence the school enrollments. And so then once we get to slide 25, we'll have the beginning of the projections. Next. Okay, and the report and its projections are based on the data and interviews and most up-to-date information that was available as of our completion, which took place in November of last year. So it's a very up-to-date report. We made sure that our contacts were made and reconfirmed during the month of November to make sure that we were on top of situations. And as you know, and as I just heard in listening to the earlier presentations, districts have prepared for, it sounds like you've done a wonderful job, for the 2021 school year in the COVID era. And administrators have been sensitive to the changing budget landscape and to the uncertainty that the next year or two may bring. However, many decisions were made with regard to the start of the year. However, the Nasdaq report and the information you have now received, we believe will be valuable and helpful to you over the next few years, and therefore we believe it will, be something that you can refer to for making some longer-term decisions, organizational issues that might be more complex. And so let's go to the next one. And now we're going to talk about the demographic information. And this is just a general slide. U.S. births and economic cycles. And I don't think this will surprise you any, but I think it's an important thing that we typically note. Take a look at the births and take a look at the baby boom generation and what we saw during the height of that. And we know that that generation had the highest birth rate that we have seen, that we have seen in years and years. And so then we had an economic downturn and eventually, and that shows up here. And that was what was referred to as the Great Recession. And during that time period, births declined, which makes sense. That always happens when there's an economic downturn. And then since then, they, over the last, through 2017, they have leveled off. And so you can see that that's over the last 5 or 6 years, sort of a flat rate. But obviously, births are an important factor. Next slide. And so the important thing to note is that children born this year will have an impact, most of them, on the Southborough school system for the next 18 years. And so even though they won't be in school until they're either 3 or 4 years old, their impact on the enrollments of the school system will continue. So the birth factor is a very, very key factor in terms of enrollments. So let's take a look at what we have here. And you can see that the births between 2008 and 2012 during the Great Recession were approximately 80 per year, annual births in Southborough. And then we had the period from 2013 to 2017 where they were averaging 88 per year. So there was an uptick of about 8 per year. And then look at this. Provisional birth totals, which are usually the lowest, as because they typically do not include, for example, if people were out of state when a child was born, or whatever it might be, the totals tend to be slightly higher than what we see with the provisional birth presentations initially. But take a look at 2018 86, and 2019, 99. We have not received the information for 2020 as of yet. But the factor that is important to understand is that the births, which are a very key factor in affecting enrollments, were higher in the average 2013 through 17, and then 86 in 2018 and 99 in 2019. So they were higher than during the period of the Great Recession. And that's a very important factor. The drop in births during the Great Recession had a major impact on the enrollments that took place after that. And so you can see that that is a significant factor, and this is an uptick. Okay, next. Okay, and then pre-K through 12 enrollments, you can see in this particular situation that this is information put out by the National Center for Educational Statistics, and these are projected enrollments, and you can see that for the fall of 2028, the enrollments are down significantly across all of the New England states. However, note that Massachusetts, in terms of percentage, has the lowest decline of any of the states that has been projected. So that's an important factor. It doesn't mean we're going to be having lower births, but significantly lower births, but it is projected that the enrollment projections will be lower, but nowhere near as low as we may be seeing percentage-wise in Connecticut or New Hampshire. Okay, next. General population information is important, and the Census Bureau has estimated that Southborough had a population as of July 1, 2019 of 10,208, and this was approximately a 4.5% increase from the actual census count in 2010. Now, we will be receiving next July, if all goes well, and it may not because of the pandemic, but we will be seeing the 2020 update of the actual enrollment coming sometime this year. All right, so that's important, and you can see that there was somewhat of an increase up through 2010, and we will see what takes place over and from 2010 to 2019, and we'll see what takes place over the course of the next several months in terms of the actual census update. Next. Okay, and this is just a quick look at the Southborough population. And if you take a look at this and go back to, I think going back to 1990, take a look, and here we are, and the 10,000 number has been fairly consistent with slight upticks since 2015. Okay, so that gives you, and these are based on US Census estimates. Next. Okay, with regard, this is an important factor, median age of the population. And you can see that with the 2020 census, and then go back to 1990, Southborough median age 32.8, 1990, 36.9, 2000, and then 41.7. So the community has gotten older, and you know, that is an important factor in terms of, you know, getting a look, because when you're seeing this as the median age, it means that a significant number, larger number of people are over the age where they usually are having children. And so that's been a big increase versus 1990, where it was 32.8. Okay, next. This is an entire view of taking census information and then projections that come from the Donahue Center at UMass and are tied to the US Census Bureau. And they are projecting, as you can see, that the 2015, all right, and then as you get to 2020 and last year, you could see that there was a downturn among the enrollments, the projections in terms of the cohorts. And take a look at the 0 through 5, okay? You take a look at the 5 through 9, you take a look at the 10 through 14, and then you take a look at the 15 through 19. So that's an important factor, but also an important factor is this, what we see taking place in this area. And so if we look beyond 2025 and we take a look at the projection, we see that there is a projection that the school age group, all right, in terms of 15 to 19 is going to be very close to what it was projected at 2025. And then we will see that there is a projection of an increase in the 10 to 14, an increase in the 5 to 9, and an increase in the 0 to 5. And this is information that comes from the Donahue Center and the US Census Bureau. So generally speaking, their information indicates that there is a projection. Obviously, it's a down the road projection and may not be as accurate as we see there, but it is an important thing to note because it's showing that by 2030, the numbers are going to be significantly higher than we saw in 2020. All right, next. And this just is a, shows you what this looks like. And note the green here, the light green, the 65 and over group. And this is what we're seeing as a projection. And it's an important factor. And we had mentioned that just a little bit earlier. So obviously, this is a factor that comes into play. However, there are other factors which we're going to be talking about, which will mitigate some of the impact of this. Next. Okay, the national and regional factors, there are two. The baby boomers have begun turning 65 at the rate of 10,000 a day nationally. And that is projected to continue for 9 more years. So obviously, that generation, many of them are looking to downsize and move out of the 3 or 4 bedroom homes that they have, which makes sense, and move to smaller homes that are going to require less maintenance, and also to take advantage of the equity that they might get And so they're looking to move to either condos or to apartments. And when they do that, the number of homes that become available for the millennial generation to purchase does grow somewhat, in that that's who they are typically selling them to. And so the fact that so many of the boomers have decided to downsize is an important factor which affects potential supply. Okay. And then the millennial generation, born between 1980 and 1998, they have been very interesting in terms of their birth rate. The millennials were very slow to become parents and to purchase single-family homes. Reason being primarily, many of them had huge college debt, which affected their ability to do that. However, and this is a major factor, many from the millennial generation are now in their 30s, and what we are seeing is that many have been marrying as they turn 30 or so, and also many have decided, well, if we're going to have a family, now is the time to do that. So the number of births among the millennials have increased significantly over the last few years. And they are frequently the ones who are purchasing the single family homes. And our analysis with realtors, local realtors in Southborough, we'll get into more detail on that in a minute or two. But our analysis with the realtors, all of them indicated that there is very strong sales volume among millennials in Southborough. Next. Okay, this is a slide which is important to understand in this respect. This particular piece here, you can see that between 2000 and 2010, there was very slight change in the percentage of units in Southborough that were owner occupied. That's important because those are ones that are more typically have families with children. But this is the other one that is very important. We've done several projects over the last couple of years where the homes in the communities, many of them had large numbers of homes that were for seasonal use. Homes that are for seasonal use are obviously not going to be inhabited with by families with children. Take a look at these two numbers. They're very, very small. And obviously in Southborough, although it's a very nice community, it is not a place where people are having seasonal summer homes or winter homes, which are just used seasonally. So that's not going to be a factor that will be affecting things. Okay, and we just wanted to always check that out. Okay, and then K through 12 students per household. As we take a look at the time period, and you see that over a 20-year period of time, the percent was fairly consistent. And then in Massachusetts, and then as we look at Southborough and we take a look at the K through 8 students per household, we find that for 2000 and 2010, it is pretty much equal. And so the percentage per household during those two decades was approximately the same. And so that is an important factor to note. Okay, next. All right, now this tells us what has been happening with the Warren Group data, and that is very, very important to us. We find it tremendously helpful. And what we're talking about here is the sales volume over the past several years. And take a look, first of all, starting with 2009 during the Great Recession, and look at the single family sales through 2012. And then look at what happened right after the recession ended. And you can see that the number beginning in 2013 increased to 131 sales, and that it has continued to increase and was in the 140 range in 2017 and 2018. And as of through 2020, partway through 2020, through October 31st, it was at 111. So that will most likely, when we get the final results, will equal or probably exceed what took place in 2019. So all of these numbers are significantly higher than the numbers that existed in 2011 and below that. All right. Now, why is that important? Because in each of these years, that means that in mostly single families are inhabited by families with children. And so for the past, beginning in 2012 and right on through, there has been a strong listing of single family home sales. And so that's a very important piece. And the other thing that I want you to just take a quick look at is the 2017 number. And if you look at that, there is no number that exceeded the 2017 number looking all the way back until you get to 2005. Excuse me, until you get beyond that, actually. And so it's a major factor in growth. And 2004 is the number. Okay, so that's very important, and that indicates, as does the 144 number, very strong sales volume in Southborough. Okay, now if you look at the red here, this is just a comparative number which shows you what the sales volume was through October 31st of each of these years. Okay, and you can also see the same for condo units. And note also that condo units have increased in number. Okay, next. Now, the Warren Group info, if you take this was obviously during the housing boom, and single family sales were 151 average during these years. And then we went into the downturn and they dropped to 95. That's a big decrease average per year. Since then, they are back up to 135. And we saw that through October of 2020, 111 units had been sold. So the bottom line is that the 135 and this 111 will probably get fairly close to that by the end of the year. The 135 is lower than the 151, which we saw during the housing boom, but it is significantly higher during than it was during the housing and economic downturn of 2006 to 2012. And so that's an important factor, and that indicates strong single-family sales. Okay, and then you can see the condo sales also were up through October of 2020, 30 sales versus 19 average for the 2013 through 2019 years. So condo sales were also up. Now, what's that tell us? It tells us that a lot of those condos are potentially being purchased by the senior citizens and people, boomers, who are looking to downsize. And so that's an important factor. And obviously, when the condo is purchased, frequently a single family home is being vacated. Next. All right, we received great recommendations for realtors, and the realtors that we talked to were tremendously helpful. They were recommended to us by the school department, and we also contacted them. And this is what we saw. All of the realtors we contacted, all three, indicated that days in the market have declined significantly. They're talking primarily about single families. Many of the buyers, and this is a new point, a point that is very important, are leaving cities to take advantage of work from home opportunities that have developed since the pandemic. But what we're seeing is that many businesses are now telling their employees that they will be working from home permanently. What that does is it says to the employees, well, we then could make a move to a suburban or a rural setting, and we would be able to therefore experience the social distancing that we're looking for, and also the lower home pricing. The only thing is we need to make sure that that particular community has Wi-Fi accessibility. And so that has become a very important factor. But we have done numerous projects over the last year or so, and we are finding that in Western Massachusetts, in the Berkshires, in Western Vermont, and in many rural or suburban communities in Central Mass, the sales volume has increased tremendously because people have decided we don't have to be in the city. We can move out of the city. We don't have to commute. And therefore we can go to a rural or suburban community because we're going to be able to work from there. And so that's a major factor. The realtors have told us that in Southborough and some surrounding communities, inventory of available homes is very tight. And so they have said that if a home is properly priced, there are multiple bids. And this is reported to be occurring at all price ranges at or under 1 million. Price ranges have surged in the Southborough area as well as many other suburban communities. And obviously, families with children are often the buyers of the single family homes. And boomers, as I mentioned earlier, are the ones who are looking to downsize. And so when they do sell, they are usually vacating a 3 or 4 bedroom home that would be purchased by the families with children. Okay, so this is something we are seeing throughout Massachusetts. And we have seen in Boston, in Providence, in and especially in Western Mass, people moving from New York City. And so it is a major, major factor that is changing things. Next. Okay, building permits is another obviously important factor. And if you take a look at 2018, okay, you will see that the number of permits was 32, okay? And take a look and you will not see another year where the Southborough permits were 32 until you get to 2003. And so that is very significant. And if you exclude 16 and 17, there were also some fairly large permitting situations in 2013, 2014, and 2015. And so that's an important factor, because obviously the number of single family permits over the last, let's say, since 2013 has been fairly significant, with the exception of 16 and 17. And those numbers were still higher than many of the numbers in during the economic downturn. Okay, we had 6 and 6 a couple of times. All right, so that's an important factor. So we've seen single family home sales, existing homes, strong demand, selling rapidly, and we also see increases in single family permitting. Next. Okay, we talked to the Southborough Planning Department, and the information they gave us indicates that the following residential projects have been approved and are either under construction or awaiting construction. And some of them, such as Stonebrook Court and a couple of the others, obviously some of the residents have been already constructed and have been sold, and others are in the sale process. So you can see Stonebrook Court, 5 two-unit townhouse buildings, and 5 single family. These are ones left to be constructed as of when we talked to the planning department. They gave us the information with regard to that. And so some of them may have been built since that time, because that was in the fall. And so, but these are the ones that they mentioned that were still in process at that time. Kane Circle, Boston Road, Fayville Lane, and Dairy Farm, Chestnut Hill Farm. So they all were part of that particular process, and the planning department gave us that information. Now, please note, this is another point, our enrollment projections include new residences that have received official municipal government permitting approval and are either awaiting construction or under construction. Our enrollment projections do not include housing proposals that are in process or in litigation. And for information with regard to these, it would be important to contact the planning department or the municipal administrator or municipal town council. And the reason for that is that in these situations, if a project has not been permitted, we do not know that it's going to go forward. And so therefore it may not. And secondly, even if it does, frequently the number of units might change, and therefore the number of single families, or if it's condos, oftentimes will change as a particular project goes through and finally reaches the permit process, the permit agreement. So we do not report on those projects. We do report on anything that has been permitted. Next. And the enrollment forecast for Southborough was based upon the cumulative effect of several factors. Strong single-family housing sales beginning in 2013 and continuing for the foreseeable future. Realtor and planning department information, realtor information indicating that, you know, sales are rapid and indicating that, but also indicating inventory is very tight. And then the Southborough Planning Department information concerning primarily the what we just discussed. And then another factor that we, you know, maintain to base the enrollments on, projections on, would be the continued economic stability on the national and regional levels. And obviously with the pandemic, that is still somewhat of a question mark, but our projections are not based on the idea that we are moving into a major economic recession. And so that's an important piece because obviously that affects housing. Next, enrollment projections. Okay, this is the enrollment history. And obviously, I'm not going to go through and read all of these to you, all of these numbers. However, if you take a look at the yellow font or the yellow sections beginning with pre-K through 5, you can see what happened with enrollments from 2010 to 2020, 2021. Okay, and then you can see that a similar situation is reflected in the K through 5 numbers, and a similar situation is reflected in the 6 through 8 numbers. Okay, so the last decade was one in which Southborough experienced fairly significant decline in enrollments, and the K through 8 enrollment decline, if you look over to the far right box here, over in the square, yeah, and come down to the bottom, you see there was a decline of 323 students over that decade. Okay, next. Okay, and you can see what it looks like here. And this is K through 8. So it was a fairly significant decline, and fairly, it was not, however, one where you would say, oh, they lost 200 students within a year or two. It was more of a gradual decline, but consistent all the way through. Okay, the only uptick was right here, and that was only a 9-student uptick. Okay, next. Now we look to the future, and what are we seeing? And with that, we again look at these, and if you take a look at this school year, and let's go to down, and you can see an increase that is very significant projected over the course of the next decade. And the same is true at K through 5. All right, and to a lesser degree, but an increase at K through 6. I mean 6 through 8. So then, now the question might arise, why is this one going to be lower and these have a greater increase? And the reason is that the factors that affected the decline at each grade level that we saw in the last one, at each grade level, until that grade level works its way through the system, its numbers are going to be lower than the ones that are being impacted you know, by the factors that are currently out there. And that obviously is especially true for births. And, you know, with an increase in births and so on. And remember, we were saying the group that was born during the economic downturn, or was not born is what I should say. In other words, the numbers were much, much lower. That impact goes on for 18 years. And so that's a very important factor. And so that is still having an impact on the upper grades, but it will not have an impact on the lower grades, and the numbers will continue to rise. All right, so that's an important piece. And if you take a look, 6 through 8, you're at 382, and then up eventually to 439. And what you can expect is that the impact that we're seeing here will move into 6 through 8 over the course of time. Okay. All right. And so what do we see? We see a projected increase of 231 students over the course of the next 10 years, as opposed to a decrease during the last 10 years. Okay, next. And this is what you see. And in a similar fashion, the numbers are not growing by huge amounts from year to year, but there is a consistent growth that moves on throughout the entire next decade, okay? Until we get to 2030, where there is a decline projected of approximately 20 students. Next. Okay, and this is the look from 2010 to 2030. And if you take a look, you can see that that was a fairly, as we mentioned earlier, a fairly consistent decline, one exception here. And then you can see that this is a fairly consistent rise, and then one exception here. And so it's a gradual increase that is being projected over the course of the next decade. Next. Okay, and then births to enrollment. And you can see that in this particular case, enrollment is down here. And, you know, so births have played a larger role. But births are now in, you know, then they dropped, and now they're increasing again. And so that's going to be a key factor. Obviously, they haven't hit the enrollments yet because of the, it takes 4 or 5 years before they, 3 or 4 years anyway. But we are seeing that that is going to be an important factor. Okay, next. Okay, and then we also look at other factors such as building permits, and you can see those numbers. And you can also see career tech numbers have remained fairly consistent. You can see that non-public numbers have remained relatively consistent, with the one uptick there in for grade 7. That was the 2020 enrollments. Okay, that was a fairly large number, but the rest of them are not all that large in number. And then if you take a look at homeschooled, small number, all right, and choiced out, small number, choiced in, small number, off to the right. And so therefore, that's not, those are not major numbers based on what we've seen. And the special ed outplaced are not large numbers either. Okay, next. Okay, so where do we stand? The factors that come into play that are going to have an impact and going to change, we believe, the enrollment numbers, pre-K, but K through 8, are going to be the fact that A, the births are higher than they were during the years which affected the last decade, and will continue so. And also the fact that there has been a significant uptick in single-family home sales. Although it does not equal the housing boom number, it is significantly above what it was during the housing, during the economic downturn, which affected the last decade's enrollments. And another factor that comes into play is that there have been significant, over the last several years, permits issued for single-family homes, which will promote single-family home growth. Along with that is the fact that there has been this change caused by the pandemic, which has caused many, many people throughout, especially Western New England or Central New England, to look to move away from cities and into rural or suburban communities. And so there is tremendous, demand for the housing that exists in those communities. So based on that, I just want to mention the district needs to be commended for commissioning this study, and it says thoughtful data-based planning and prudent use of available resources. And this is important. You have at least we believe, a very good view of what the future will look like, especially over the next 5 years. And so that's with the enrollment projections. So that's an important piece. Next. Questions?
So, Greg, would you like me to just call on the hands to ask John the questions directly? How would you like to handle this?
If anybody wants to ask a question, we'd be happy to respond to it. And if I don't have the answer, I'll be happy to get back to you if I have to do additional research.
All right. Well, I had a couple of hands up earlier that, and I know that Katura, I think you were the first one who had a hand up earlier. Do you still have your question?
I do have a little bit of a question, yes. But I've been talking first a lot. Does anybody else want to talk?
Well, you got your hand up first.
I put it back down if anybody else wants to go first. I guess I'm just wondering about the correlation between single-family home sales and the K-8 enrollment, because when I look at the trend of single-family home sales, as it was reported, and this was an excellent presentation, by the way. Thank you so much. And this is reminding me why I did not become an economist or something like that. Just so many moving pieces. But it looks like single-family home sales are going up they went up very consistently from 2010 to 2019, and then 2020. They were a little lower, but I think because we only had a partial year to account for, it seems like. But during that same exact time frame, the K-8 student enrollment consistently declined a little bit every year, as you were showing on the graph. So is that because there's a lag between people buying the homes and populating the schools, or how do we reconcile those two things?
Well, in many instances, this was especially true with the millennials. In many instances, they're buying the home, but the children, first of all, they have not had children. They're not bringing children into the home. Okay. And so in many instances, the children are born after they have purchased the home. And so that is not going to have an impact on the school department, a major impact, until at least 4 years out, depending on when the child is born. But until the child reaches the age of 4 or 5, depending on whether they're going to have them in preschool, you don't see the impact of that. And this is significantly different from what had been the case prior to the millennials, because the millennials were very late to marry and have children. And that was largely because of the college debt, but other factors kicked in. But so you were looking at people who were in their 30s, and so that was a factor. And many of them had not had children prior to purchasing the home. And so that's why it's late to have an impact.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
That makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay.
Jess, I know that you had your hand up earlier, and as right behind Couture when I asked you to move them down. Do you still have your question?
Yeah, mine's just a quick one. During the presentation, you mentioned something about our community getting older and the median age being 41.7 now, and that could have a bearing on childbearing. But I was wondering if that's also an indication of people waiting longer to have kids, because, you know, as you were saying, the millennials are moving in, they're starting, you know, buying houses later, starting families later. So, you know, in a community like ours where the homes, my eyes kind of bugged out when I saw the average price of a home had increased so much over the past 5 years. I hadn't realized how much it had increased. Yep. I knew it was a lot, but I didn't know it was that much. So, well, you know, it could be just, I wonder if it could be a factor of that, actually.
Right. And so some of the folks in their late 30s and even into their early 40s could possibly be millennials who are just having children at this point. The other piece that's tied to that is that normally, if you see a community with a very high population of people over 40, you're drawing a conclusion, well, then there isn't going to be any increase in births. But the fact is that so many of the boomers are now attempting to downsize. And so what that is doing is it does affect the availability of housing. And obviously, because home prices have increased, not just in Southborough, but all over the area, the boomers are saying, well, we can sell, we can take advantage of the equity, we can either buy or rent a condo or an apartment, and then we can put some of the money aside, and that will give us additional savings. Yeah. And so when they do sell, obviously 3-4 bedroom homes are most likely going to be purchased by people with children.
Yeah, it's
or
interesting.
Planning to have children.
It is. It's the neighborhood that I live in is you know, the homes are about 50 years old. And so there's a lot of people who, it's been very, very interesting over the past 2 years, the amount of turnover that's happened with the original owners selling. And over the past year, I think we've had 5 houses sell, which is insane. I've been here for 15 years, and that's a big turnover in 1 year.
That sure is.
So it's I think it's indicative of what's happening in our community. So, okay, thank you. This was a great presentation, very helpful.
Oh, thank you.
Kathy, you were first in line.
Hi, Dr. Martin. Dr. Kennedy, sorry. Can we go back to one of the slides? Where is Greg? Greg, can we go back to the slide that, I guess it's probably 25, that actually shows the results of the study?
Okay.
Is that too much trouble?
Nope. Slide 25.
What's the one? I think it's 25, the one that actually shows the projections.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Okay. For the school folks that are on the Zoom, what year did we start pre-K in Southborough?
What year did you start pre-K?
Dr. Kennedy, you probably won't know the answer. I'm asking the actual Southborough school people on this Zoom. What year did we start pre-K?
Well, I do not remember. Does any of the other committee members or other folks on remember the year we started pre-K? We can probably find that out.
And when did we start full year kindergarten?
Well, this is the first year. Do you mean full year kindergarten ever, or full year kindergarten?
So 2017
no tuition
was kindergarten.
So I think I want full year kindergarten period, not when it was free or part of the tax. So even when you had to pay for it, when was the first year we started allowing people to go full day?
I'd have to get that information, Kathy.
So I meant full day, Jessica, not full year, full day. Okay, so this is why I'm asking. I'm not trying to put you guys on the spot because I don't remember either. I'm looking at the current projection or the current year data, and it looks like we had pre-K at least back to 2004, which doesn't sound right to me, but maybe we did. It's certainly grown. Okay, so Dr. Kennedy, doesn't it make a difference in these numbers when we converted to full day kindergarten and added pre-K, as far as being able to try to compare where we were a few years ago to where we are today? That is, if we made that switch in this last 10 years, when we're trying to look at where we were 10 years ago, where we are today, doesn't that change how you look at this? Because if you're going to double the space you need when you go to full day kindergarten as far as the kindergarten, and you're going to need space for pre-K when you didn't have it before. So I'm just not sure that those two things are fully reflected in these numbers, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, if you if we take a look back, and that's a good question and an important point. And so if we take a look back, let's just go to the enrollment, the history. Okay, and you can see with the history, okay, if you take a look at the 2010-11, pre-K at that time had 45 students. And then it extends all the way through that decade. So in terms of when did pre-K begin, it would be prior to 2010-11, or at 2010-11. I don't know when it actually began.
So I believe I'm right, and again, school people, correct me if I'm wrong, we built our 4th K through 8 school, I think roughly it was finished in 2003 or so.
That is right.
Woodward? right? And we built that because we thought we needed the school because of the population growth at that point. So it looks like we had pre-K at that point, so maybe pre-K is okay. But so humor me for a moment. Let's say that 7 years ago, we had the same amount of students as we have today. And again, we're trying to see if we've got enough space to close the school. That's our whole purpose of doing this. So we're looking at space as much as we are students, right? And if in 2013, we didn't have full day kindergarten, but 2020, we do, which we do, but the population is still exactly the same. Don't we still have a difference in the amount of space we need in 2020 versus 2013? I'm just using 2013 arbitrarily. Am I wrong about this?
Well, I think the spaces, the amount of space that you need is dependent upon the amount of the number of students that you have in pre-K over time, and what the pre-K grade level maxes are, which do vary to a certain extent in districts, but usually they're in the 15 range, somewhere in that neighborhood. And so depending on the spaces that you have available, given the decline that occurred in the last decade, there may be adequate space available to accommodate numbers. That would be dependent upon your facility capacity analysis, where you could then take that and take the grade level projection numbers for each grade and come to a determination as to what is needed.
Could I just jump in for a second, because I think Kathy's asking something, but I don't think that half-day kindergarten required half as much space, because what happened was it went from half-day to full day. I don't think we had a morning session and an afternoon session, so that it was a half-size program. I think it was just a half day every day for all the same students. But is that right, Greg, or am I?
That is accurate. And what I don't know is when we started tuition full day K. So I need to look at the numbers.
Greg, sorry to interrupt. I believe I just communicated with somebody who believes it's 2002.
2002 was tuition full day K?
Was when yes, when full day K started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tuition.
Boy, time flies. So if that's the case, then I don't think my point's valid if it's that far back. So Couture, I think we may be saying the same thing. When my daughter was in school, the same teacher taught, she had her morning students, then her afternoon students. So half the students were there in the morning, half the students were there in the afternoon, then we flipped it the second semester. So it would seem to me that if you go full day, you would need twice the space, or you'd at least, or maybe, if you didn't increase class sizes. But I think it's a moot point if it really does go back to 2002. So I'm going to stop talking about that at this point and let everybody else answer questions.
Okay. I will just mention also for my fellow subcommittee members, we had found an issue with the pre-K numbers from 2017-18 school year onward, including also the Northborough pre-K numbers. And I think that carried over to this report. So just so we have that in mind, that, I think it's about 40 less pre-K students from 2017-18 onward than what's showing here, which is no fault of Nasdaq. I'm sure that was in the reports we've been using, but I just want to clarify that.
And if I could jump in to stay just on the same topic, I was going to ask, Kathy, I was going to ask you the same question that Katura did. Were you thinking that in our circumstance, Southborough circumstance, going from half-day kindergarten to full-day kindergarten required twice as much space? Was that, because historically in some places, I think that would be true. Was that in your mind?
Yes, because Roger, I thought that full-day kindergarten didn't go back that far. So again, time flies, right? So if in these numbers we're looking at, trying to look at the space that we had when we first built Woodward, how many children we had compared to now, to see again whether, you know, we've got the right space. If instead we've got the same amount of students, but they actually need more space because they're there full day instead of half day, I think the numbers would be a little skewed and actually make this worse as far as what the conclusion that people may be drawing from this.
Right.
But Keturah, to your point, which is a really good point, we ought to get the pre-K fixed and have this rerun so that we've got the numbers right. Because you can see, you're right, look at 16, 17 to 17, 18. That's, so we must have started using, Northmore must have started coming here in 17, 18.
All right. Jason, sorry we jumped in front, but you are, I'm sorry, Kathy, are you set?
I'm set.
Okay. Sorry, Jason, you are up.
So I guess great minds are thinking alike tonight, because I was going to go to the pre-K route as well. I think that is something we should update given the aforementioned conversation. I do think there are additional items, you know, John, first of all, thank you for the presentation. It was great, and I think going to be very helpful to what we're trying to accomplish here moving forward. I do think there's additional data that Greg may be at the right cadence to get from John, just to expand on some of these graphs, to go back to looking at some of the decision making that was made when obviously the additions were made to the schools back in the early 2000s, as well as the construction of Woodward, but I'll kind of leave those off to the side for tonight. I have basically a few what I think are hopefully straight forward questions. When you looked and discussed with the planning board some of the developments that you cited as, you know, already permitted, did you factor in that a lot of those are age restricted, and did they give you data? I'm just looking at some of the addresses, and a lot of them are 55 and older type restrictions. So yes. Obviously, all right, so the answer is yes to that.
They informed us of that, and so what we you know, that based on also what the realtors were telling us, led us to believe that with these new projects coming in, and with the continued increase in housing prices for single families, that these new projects would most likely be inhabited fairly quickly by people from within the community mostly, and that that would then vacate 3 and 4 bedroom single family homes, which could then be purchased by you know, people who either are planning to have children or have children.
Got it. So there's an assumption that those are being occupied by current residents of Southborough that's bringing in potentially a family from outside to occupy their home, you know, when they have really children. Okay. Given obviously the economic conditions and obviously the house pricing and the lack of inventory, for our benefit, what was kind of the last date you spoke to realtors? Because I just think as we continue our work, it's important to understand, you know, if we continue to see houses fly up the market, you know, greater than what you're showing at trend next year.
I recontacted all of the realtors and also the government officials in November.
Okay. Okay.
And what I was looking for, because some of them I had talked to earlier, and so I was just looking to confirm that the information they had provided to me in our earlier conversation was still valid, and it was.
Okay. And my final question is related specifically to the kindergarten enrollment in the jump projected from this year to next. I think we're all very well aware that kindergarten enrollment was lower this year due to parents opting to hold their children back. But when I looked at, it also appears like there's a birth differential between 2015 and 2016 that would also contribute. But the number still seems high, given I have a number of 20 in my head, and I'll look to Greg and his administration of whether that's right, of the number of students that I'll call it deferred enrollment plus you have an additional 10 of births, but I think the report's showing a much higher enrollment, and we may be able to validate that very quickly once you get through the enrollment cycle coming up here, but I didn't know if there was any additional thoughts or considerations given kind of this 1 year blip because of the obvious conditions.
Yes, there was. And so what we have tended to do is we have in many instances taken for kindergarten, we have taken the 3-year average and utilized that because, you know, obviously many districts are experiencing the fact that parents are not sending the children to kindergarten at the first during the first year that they are eligible because they don't want them to deal with the pandemic.
Yeah, I was just even looking at a 3-year average, the number is just very high, and if you can just continue to give that thought, and again, I think we'll have real data around that, but that is what's driving a good chunk of this 231 moving forward, right? It's a decent chunk of the percentage. So that's all I have. Again, thank you very much, and I'm all set, Roger. Thank you.
Okay. Jess, are you, I think you're, what happened? No, Kathy, you're somehow or other, well, Kathy, you're next.
Okay, so I do have one more comment and to see what Dr. Kennedy might want to add to it. Can we go back to the slide, Greg, if it's easy, that talks about what they base the study on as far as houses and projects, etc. So the one where they said, this might be it. Yeah, okay, so this is it. So I think this is real important for everyone to make sure we understand. Everyone knows what I mean by Park Central, that's on the Zoom. Park Central is by far the biggest project that's been planned for the town of Southborough as far as I can remember. If that project comes to fruition, the projection from the developer is that it could add quite a few students to the public school system. His current estimate is about 100. So those students are not part of the study. His projection is that if he is successful in building the project as he's envisioned, it will go into the ground in probably 3 years by the time they get through all the various allowable appeals. But if he prevails, he thinks he'll have it done in 3 years. And he does think that based on the children that were added with Madison Place a few years ago, 2015, using that as kind of a proxy for what he's doing, he thinks he could add up to 100 students to the school system. So if you go back to Dr. Kennedy's conclusion as far as what the projections look like, you add 100 students onto that, I believe, and then divide by 13, so pick up the K through 8 piece, or pre-K through 8 piece, we may be over where we were at our highest population. I'm not sure, I haven't done the math yet, but we're going to be close if we're not over. So we've got to, I think, at least keep that in mind as we make this decision going forward.
Okay. Jess.
This is a question for Greg. Greg, you know, as people were talking about space and classroom size or classrooms and kids and things like that, I was wondering from an educator's perspective, like even if we ended up having the same amount of kids as we had, 15, 20 years ago, would we necessarily need the same amount of space, or would we need more based on how teaching has changed over the years, the way we educate our special needs population, the way we educate our ELL population, trends in moving away from certain classroom setups? I mean, do we need to think about space differently at all as we're looking toward the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is another study, thinking about your educational program that you want to offer. students. So I think it is part of the work that we would look at. You know, I think part of what this work is looking forward, looking to the next 10 years and thinking about, you know, if we were to design a new school or look at space, you know, what is the educational program? What are the outcomes we're trying to achieve? And what type of space will help us achieve those outcomes? But I will say that in the past 20 years, you know, a lot has changed in terms of the type of programs we offer, the type of special education programs we offer. And so I think it is a consideration.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I don't see any other hands up.
Roger, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So I guess that one of the questions that I have is, you know, we've been doing these Nasdaq enrollment projections for years. So I wanted to kind of compare what is this projection? How does it differ from last year's, just in terms of the future 10 years? So when I looked at last year's October 30th, 2019 enrollment projections, and looking at the projected percentage changes from 2019-20 to 2029-30, that was projecting 120 K through 8 increase of students, or a 7% increase. So I guess the demographic study is showing that there is a 230 plus student increase, which is approximately a 20% increase. So I just wanted to, and back to Jason's comments around looking at some of the data more granularly, get an understanding of the difference between last year's report and this year's report, and the change, because it's it's a 14% difference from last year.
Okay, well, I think the major factor that is coming into play is has to do with residential housing, and especially the housing sales, the sales volume, and the demand is extremely strong. The realtors have indicated that it is it's a very rare situation in terms of how heavy the demand is and how quickly homes sell. And so that is a key factor, because it's increasing, most likely increasing the number of families that will be coming in. And also the fact that the boomer population is now very rapidly starting to make the move toward selling single families, and therefore that should have an impact on inventory availability. And the fact that prices have increased obviously affects the availability or the ability of some of the family members, people with or planning to have a family, to purchase, but it has not seemed to have that effect in terms of downturning demand. And so demand continues to remain very strong, and the people who are making the purchases are people who can afford it. And so there are definitely some people who cannot, but overall demand is strong and increasing, and the realtors all indicated that it's largely something that's almost hasn't been seen before at this level.
Thank you. And Roger, I believe Kamali has her hand up as well.
I did see your hand up, and then I saw it go down.
Yeah, I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Okay. So I would like to say to Dr. Kennedy, I found your presentation to be extremely informative and very helpful, and we thank you very much for this. Jason, before we move to the next topic, is there anything that you feel you want to share with the school committee about the next steps for your subcommittee, or do you want to hold that for a future time? Certainly, the invitation is here.
So I'll be very brief because I know you've already had a long night and have other items in front of you. I would just say we're going to meet again next week, our committee, and really will chart our path forward as a group and deliberate of what we think. And I think you can probably either expect the three of us to come back or Katura to provide, regular updates at your standing meetings. But, I think we have the data that we need now to start working with Greg and his administrative team to, think through what the options are for the community. And I think it looks like you have MSBA discussion coming up next. I think that's very important to where we go as well when we think about funding. So, and I really just, I guess, thank Greg, Keith, and the rest of the team that has worked with us. I know this probably wasn't fully on their radar for this year, given everything else, but they've been true partners, and obviously, we look forward to working together to bring this to a resolution that's in the best interest of everyone in the town.
Well, thank you for that and for your work. Okay, operational update, MSBA.
Roger,
yes, please. No, please.
I should probably adjourn our meeting
yes.
for formality. So I'm going to move to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call. Cook.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
And Malinowski's aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
See you next week.
Okay, and thank you all for your attention and your suggestions and questions. And if we can be of any further assistance, please let us know, and we'd be happy to respond to any additional questions.
Thank you, John.
Okay, take care.
Thank you again.
Bye now.
All right, moving to operational update, MSBA. I'm passing the baton back to you, Mr. Superintendent.
Sure. So just a quick update. So it's all connected to the conversation we just had around the demographic study and enrollments. So the Mass School Building Authority has two types of funding mechanisms. The core building program, which basically funds large-scale building projects and gives towns and schools and cities a reimbursement. And the other program they have is the Accelerated Repair Project program. So we have partnered with MSBA on the Accelerated Repair Program, most recently with a Finn boiler. And one of the things that we're considering is looking at the core building program and actually submitting a statement of interest into the program for Neary School. The statement of interest into the MSBA is nothing more than just getting in line, getting in the queue. It does not commit the district to any obligations. It does not commit the town to any obligations. But again, it gets us into the queue. And basically, MSBA would review our statement of interest and determine if they would like to invite us into the process. And then once we're invited into the process, that's when we have a little under a year to do a feasibility study to think about, what are the best options for the system, the school system, what type of educational program would we want to design and develop. And then at that point, they would evaluate the project and determine if they want to fund it. So I guess my point is that my recommendation is that we move forward with a statement of interest for Neary School with the sole purpose of getting in the queue to be invited in to participate in the MSBA core building program or core school program.
Is that something you need a vote on?
No, I'm just...
Or really just more or less acknowledgements?
it's more of a just information and just making sure we have some consensus around us moving forward in that direction.
Well, yes, Couture, I see your hand up.
I have a question. To what degree do we have to identify what projects or things that nothing? Just
no, so so really the key is to be invited in. So we'll do a statement of interest for Neary School, and that will invite us into the process. And the process entails us looking at every option, from grade configuration to closing schools to building new to renovation and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I certainly can't see where there'd be any reason to object to that. Sounds good. No hands up. Moving on to old business. COVID-19 update.
Sure. So, so just a few updates around COVID-19 and basically some of the work that Mary Ellen and her nursing team have been doing in regards to COVID screening and what our future plans are. So Mary Ellen will give us a brief update. And you're muted, Mary Ellen.
That wasn't my New Year's resolution.
Yeah, but that was brief.
That was brief. All right, good. Hi, everybody, is what I said. The screening that we've been doing has been very successful. We've been doing the staff weekly since right before Thanksgiving. We did the high school students twice, right before Christmas break and right after Christmas break. Greg, do you want to pull up the dashboard? Could you do that so we can give the numbers for the staff?
Sure,
so when we do our screenings, typically a screening is just that and not diagnostic, but we have offered the tests for our symptomatic or quarantine staff, which would mean those tests are diagnostic tests that were being done. So some of the positives that you'll see in the dashboard, if you've had a chance to look at it, we've done over 4,000 tests on our staff, and I think it's been 7 or 8 screenings. And we've found in that, we've found 4 asymptomatic staff members that have tested positive, which is really what we're looking for with the screening. We're trying to stop that spread by finding the asymptomatic people before they can spread it. And then we've found 12 positives that were either symptomatic or were in quarantine when they were tested. So for people that are symptomatic or in quarantine, we would bring the tests out to the car to them. They did not come into the building. We did it at the high school at one site for the first 6 screenings. And then last week we moved it to each school, which was, the staff appreciated that more. We had a better turnout of staff when we did it at each school, and it seemed to work really well that way. We will continue it that way using the same company that we've been using, CIC, through probably the end of the month for staff, the individual testing. Moving forward, I think you all could have a look at the dashboard anytime you want, it's right there. But the Southborough numbers, as you can see, have been pretty steady. We had a little uptick at the beginning, mid-December, and the past 3 weeks, there's been 2 cases in Southborough. It's 2 student cases. The year to date, this is a new part that was added this week. I think it's important for people to look back and see what our numbers have been through the district. As you can see, the highest number was post-Thanksgiving, and here we are post the holiday break, and they're up again. So we probably will see a similar number this week, maybe a little bit less this week. We're still seeing the after effects of the holidays. There are a lot of people that are quarantined for travel right now, or quarantined for many different reasons. I did add this week quarantined for school athletics and quarantined for athletics that are not school related, which we're seeing a lot of now that all the sports are indoors. We're seeing more students needing to be quarantined due to a close contact out of school, but in athletics. The ones that are in school athletics are the high school, as you can imagine. So moving forward with testing, I think that we have, with the help of Becky, with a lot of help from Becky, we have, there was put out a bid, and we have had talks with the low bidder, which was JCM Analytics. And our plan moving forward is to do pooled testing with our staff and students. So I'll just explain what pooled testing is. What we've been doing now is individual testing. So the person does their nasal swab, we put it in a test tube, it gets sent to the lab. With pooled testing, the one that we're using is JCM Analytics, and those are pooled at the lab. So the test will be exactly the same. It's a pooled sample, it's an individual sample that gets sent to the lab, and then it's pooled at the lab. So they would take 16 of those swabs and test them together in one test. And the sensitivity is the same. If they go above 16, the sensitivity drops a little bit, but it's the same sensitivity as if you did one swab. And the reason why we have gone with this company, and I'll go backwards a little bit after this, but is because if there is a positive pool, they can still use those swabs because they are individual swabs, and they can retest them and find out who's positive in that pool. So I know a lot of you have probably heard about the state having a 6-week free testing, and we all know testing is never free. Free is never free. The testing for the state, it's pooled at the school, which means that the swab is done at the school and 16 swabs go into one test tube. So if you have a positive pool from that, you'd have to get the results of that test. And then you need to call all of those 16 people back in and retest them individually. So that's one of the downfalls to the state program, that they're offering the free, that they're offering. And the program that we're going with is a test at home, and you bring it into school and you're scanned in. As you bring it in, every student would have a QR code, every staff member would have a QR code. They would put the QR code in front of the computer and then scan the barcode that was on the test sample that they brought in. So the manpower or woman power or nurse power that it will take is not a lot. It's a lot less than what we're doing now to just scan in a sample. If people forget to bring it in, we can do the swab at the school, but these are swabs that are at home and people bring them in, which is a great cost saver for the amount of nursing hours that the screenings do take. I think I covered just about everything there. There's probably lots of questions, but if you do, I'm happy to answer them. So this is really a way that we can move forward to offer the screening for everybody. The teachers have definitely, the staff have definitely appreciated it. We've offered it to town employees also, and they've taken advantage of the screenings that we've been doing.
Mary Ellen, I was starting to ask before actually any hands went up. Do you have any concern at all about the accuracy of having, folks at home do this and then just bring it in versus, the accuracy, that resulted from, the professionals doing it?
I think there's always that question. I mean, even with us with an observed swab, we sometimes get a TNP result or an invalid result, which TNP means test not performed. And it can happen for a variety of reasons. An invalid result kind of behooves me sometimes because it's saying it's finding no nucleic material at all on the swab that's been in someone's nose that we watched them do it. So those ones it puzzles me, but we do get those results even with an observed swab. And I think there's probably the chance you take that people won't do it right, but there'll be a lot of pre-teaching for this. There'll probably be a video of how to do it if people need to go back to it. There's instructions. So it's the company that we're hoping to go with. It looks like a little toothpaste tube that you would send home with the who's ever participating in the test, and all of the things inside that toothpaste box, not a tube, a toothpaste box, and all the instructions, the swab, the test tube are all in there, and then they would bring it back.
Okay, well, thank you. Jess?
Thanks. This is awesome. I'm so excited about this. I'm so glad we can do this. This is like, I don't know, probably the best news I've heard in I don't know how long. This is fantastic.
Well, since the demographic report, right?
Yeah, right. I know the demographic report. I'm like, woohoo! But this is amazing. So when do we get to start this?
We would probably, I think towards the end of the month, I think we would need to do a pilot maybe at one school just to get the whole logistics down before we rolled it out everywhere. Okay. But we're hoping by the end of the month to at least do that.
Okay.
We have a lot of work around communication and education and just logistics to get this up and running.
Yeah, understandable. And is it, are we allowed to require it? Will it be required? How will that work?
It will not be required. It would be optional, as it has been for all the staff also.
Okay.
All right. Well, Jess, you should tell us how you really feel about the testing. Anyway.
It's very, I mean, I think, how many other schools are doing this in the state? Do we know?
With this company or just pool testing?
In general, like this seems, I haven't heard of any, well, I don't know, I haven't been looking for the information, but I haven't heard of anybody else doing this.
Oh, there are definitely towns doing it. There's a collaborative, a Safer Teacher, Safer Student collaborative of, I think it's grown to 25 towns. Not all of them are screening or testing, but I would say public schools. Yeah. There's probably maybe 7 or 8 districts that we know of that are doing it, and more. So we really have a head start on a lot of districts with what we've been doing. A lot have done a few screenings. There are districts that are using this same company that have been doing it since November for their staff and students. So we've consulted with them to see how it's going.
That's great. I'm really excited for you guys. That's awesome.
Right. Jen.
Yeah, I think this is great. It's really exciting, and I think the community will be happy to hear about it. I have a question that's a little bit unrelated, so if you're going to be talking about this later on, feel free to answer it then. But do we have any information on when vaccines will be available to teachers and school staff?
So I wasn't going to speak about this, but the school K-12 employees are in phase 2. We're still in phase 1, as you know, and just the beginning starts at phase 1 where healthcare workers and first responders have been vaccinated, and now they're going to the long-term care facilities, which are part of phase 1. My guess would be probably March would be when we would start doing that.
So the commissioner. The Commissioner of Education, the Commissioner of Education said educators are in a time window of February through April. So I don't think there's a lot of good information about exactly when. And as you can imagine, if it's April where people are getting their first dose, then it's May before they're truly vaccinated. But what we're trying to do too is time our reopening, our increased in person with vaccination. So we're hopeful that it will roll out sooner than we hope.
So all of the school nurses did get their first vaccine last week.
Oh, that's right. Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
We'd have to time it really well because some people can have a reaction with the second one. We'll have to get all the teachers on a Friday, I think.
April vacation.
Kamali?
Could you Marianne, talk about like how folks would get the tests at home, and are they getting one at a time? Do they get a week's worth when they come in on the hybrid day, like that sort of thing?
So I think we definitely could. So these are part of the logistics we'd have to work out. I think there's different ways that towns have done it. We could send home 4 of their little toothpaste boxes for the month's worth of screening at a time. I think that would probably work best for the younger students. Some of the other options are when you bring in your test, you get another test to take home for the next week. So those are logistics that we definitely would be working out. I would think it would be probably easiest to send 4, and then you would have to send some kind of reminder. I don't know, you know, a one call saying, oh, tomorrow's test day, you know, for cohort B or cohort A, whatever it is. So our plan is to probably do it on Thursdays and Fridays because the turnaround time, we are very lucky to our turnaround time for the testing that we've been doing is really been, but from the time I dropped them off at the lab in Cambridge, it's been about less than 12 hours for the staff to get their results. With this, we have to account for some reflex testing, which is testing a positive pool and doing the individual ones on that. So the turnaround time is 24 to 48 hours. So we'd get, if we did on Thursday, Friday, we'd get the results on Saturday, Sunday. We'd have Sunday and Monday if we needed to do contact tracing. So that's the plan right now. So I think sending them home all together and then some kind of reminder system that, you know, to bring it in.
Okay. Anything else? Shall we?
Roger, can I just add 2 things?
Please.
Things. So pool testing is for asymptomatic. It's not for symptomatic people with symptoms. So we are having another pathway for students who are symptomatic or educators who are symptomatic. And Mary Ellen and her team are working on that pathway as well, because the one thing we don't want are symptomatic people taking pool tests, because that will slow down the process. But more information about the logistics and the timing and the education piece will be shared most likely early next week.
The team member that helped us with coordinating the transportation debacle of 2019, I think maybe they might be able to help with the process distribution and coordination for this. Okay.
Katura?
I just had a quick question. So is this, probably Becky will be talking about this, I don't know, but how are we paying for this? Is this covered by some of our funds that we're getting?
So we are partnering with the town. So the CARES funding that the town received, so that has been extended as a result of the stimulus package that was voted. So we have until December 31st of 2021, or the town does, to expend the money, and there are very limited reasons why you can use the money for PPE and so forth. So part of the money, CARES money, will go for testing of our students, faculty, and staff.
Okay, excellent. This is all such great news. Thank you.
Kamali, is your hand still up? Did I cut you off for another comment, or are you all set?
I'll make another comment. I think we kind of, somebody said something about maybe it wasn't in a light comment, but about waiting for our increased enrollment possibility until the vaccination plan is rolled out. I would be a fan of not waiting for that. I think that some of the things that we have in place, including the testing methods and all the mitigation that we've done and the backup plans that we've shown that we can execute, it does not have to coordinate with potential full teacher offerings of vaccination. So that's my comment on that.
I'll just follow up, Kamali. So that was, when we're looking at all the work we need to do and the actual timing of the vaccine, we're hoping they line up. But again, it's not a one-to-one relationship where the vaccine needs to come in before we increase in-person learning. So that is, I think that's a good point. And we're not waiting for the vaccines. But again, we think the timing will work in our favor.
And we hope that. We hope so. I hope so too.
Yep.
I'd like to just add one more thing, that I want to publicly thank all of the nurses for all of their hard work throughout all of this and all the testing and screening of everybody.
So Mary Ellen talked about people power. So I'm going to add the word super people power. So we have Mary Ellen and her team have done amazing work, and you know, we're very fortunate, and they've been very proactive. So again, you know, Mary Ellen, you're thanking your team, and but you've been the leader behind this. So thank you, Mary Ellen.
I think my kids would probably know how to turn my face into an applause emoji, but I wish I could. I mean, really, honestly, it's been fantastic what you've accomplished.
I think if we can put our nursing team on the vaccination schedule, we'd be probably vaccinated by next week. So.
Yeah.
You know, if I could just add, and I've been waiting to say this, Mary Ellen, I didn't know a lot of the nurses. But when I came out to Algonquin that day, I got to meet a number of them, and they were great. I mean, clearly I didn't meet a large percentage of all of the nurses there are, but they were terrific, and you've got a great group there. Except for the fact they made me walk out the back of the building and walk all the way around the school to get back to my car. Well, that's another issue, but
should have told them who you were, Roger. They might have let you cut through.
That might have been why they told me to go out the back door. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
It's a great group. It really is.
They're really awesome. They
really are awesome.
Above and beyond this year, that's for sure.
Keturah, do you have anything on the master plan tonight?
Not tonight, but I will for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coalition for Equity update.
So quick update, the Coalition for Equity has had 3 meetings. I will say that it is a very impressive and motivated and powerful group of people with a lot of talent. So I think we can see a lot of great work coming forth. I think the next meeting is tomorrow afternoon from 4 to 5:30. And at the last meeting, Rhoda has created 4 working groups. So we have a mascot study group, a community outreach group, a curriculum and instruction, policies, handbook, and procedures. And tomorrow's meeting will center around kind of reporting out of each of the subgroups, the study groups of the work that each group hopes to accomplish, and then sharing information. So it's a good start, and I think great things to come from the group. And Kamali, I'm not sure if there's anything you would like to add.
No, I would just echo the same. I think you used 3 adjectives in the beginning, and they're definitely motivated. This is a team that really wants to use their strengths and talents to impact change on those sub-teams. And I think that's going to help to bring about kind of a faster turnaround with so many people, for us to be able to kind of be able to have results by having them separate into the areas that they feel strongest about. That's going to help us to bring back information to the towns, Northborough and Southborough committees, and be able to make decisions. So yeah, I echo what Greg is stating.
I was part of that coalition, and we had our outreach meeting, that subgroup meeting. And as Kamali said, everybody is very motivated to promote this in the communities as well as the schools. So it's really a great group.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Greg, we're on to the superintendent's report to the committee.
Sure. So in your packet, you have the enrollments. So enrollments have remained steady since my last report in December, and our total currently is 1,132 students, and we're keeping a close eye on enrollments for 21-22 as we prepare the FY22 budget. Also in your packet is this Southborough hybrid and standalone remote enrollments. And again, I think we spoke about this during the survey presentation, but also Stephanie's presentation, that the standalone remote class sizes are larger than we hope. And the challenge really has been hiring, and but we are continuing that work, and Heather and her team is seeking creative ways to advertise positions, but we're getting one if we're lucky, candidate if we post positions. So it's a very unique experience from what we're used to. Also in your packet is the FY21 monthly general fund expenditure report, and I will turn it over to Becky.
Good evening, everyone. So as you can see in your packet, as of December 31st of 2020, we had $401,696 on the bottom line, or 1.89% of our FY21 budget remaining. We are really close to where we were last year at this time, where we had 1.76% remaining on the bottom line, or 437,000. You will note, though, that the Finn building maintenance account still has expenses that are related to the Finn boiler project. We have received some reimbursement from MSBA towards that project, and we are working closely with our OPM and also with the town to finish the final closure of this project, so that those funds will then be moved to the bond that the town will be issuing. Roger, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I was on mute. Any questions on that, or seeing none, I will accept a motion to approve the Southborough Public School District fiscal year 2021 budget monthly general fund expenditure report as of December 31st, 2020 until audited. Anyone care to move that?
So moved.
Moved by Keturah. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jess. Seeing no discussion, roll call vote. Keturah?
Yes.
Jess?
Yes.
Molly?
Yes.
Jen?
Yes.
And I vote yes, so it passes unanimously.
All right, so continuing on the theme of finances, Becky will give a COVID-19 related unanticipated expenditure update.
And will you make me a co-host?
All set.
Thank you. Okay. So as Greg indicated previously, the CARES Act money that was issued to the towns was extended due to the stimulus package that was passed in late December. And as a result, the CBRF, or the school reopening grant funds that we have received as well, has been extended. It does have a date of December 31st, 2021. However, we've received guidance today that they are expecting all districts to expend that money by the end of the fiscal year. So that applies to both the school reopening grant and then also the remote learning technology essentials grant. The other piece that I wanted to mention is during last month's presentation, I had mentioned that there was a $25 per student line item that was included in the FY21 budget that was passed by the House and Senate. The governor had actually vetoed that line item as part of the budget. And we just found out today actually that the House and Senate did override his veto. So we are anticipating an additional $25 per student, which is about $37,000 in additional money. So when it comes to the expenses, as you can see from this spreadsheet, that we are really tracking closely to what many of our projections are. I will point out that there are a couple of areas where we are off a little bit, and that is only really due to a delay in the billing that is taking place, and that's with our transportation cleaning. And then also with the teacher substitutes, We do have estimates. However, we have not fully estimated for the entire year for the building-based substitutes and the day-to-day substitutes, but we really are tracking right along where we anticipated being at this point in time in the year. And then Kator, I know at last month's meeting, you had asked for a status of the school reopening grant and where the different line items were and where we stand at this point in time. I had originally planned when we were going to be doing this presentation that, you know, all of the funds would be expended, but obviously because we have been given this, this extension through the end of the fiscal year, we are going to continue to use some of these like the cleaning services and the substitutes. We will continue to draw off the grant for those type of funds. So as you can see, we are going to be asking for an amendment from the state on certain items. And that would include some of the stipends where we did have more professional development work that did go on at the beginning of the year, which was great. In terms of helping us to get ready for the beginning of the school year. And then we will also be looking at, on the next slide here, some of our technology line items. We have purchased some additional Chromebooks, and we actually received those. We purchased them in December and received those before the ones that we purchased in July. So we will be adding those Chromebooks to this line item and be requesting an amendment of the state. So at this point in time, we have about $89,000 remaining on this grant that has not been accounted for. But I do anticipate that we should really see this money being spent down within the next month to 2 months as we go through the school year. Also an update on the preschool revolving account. I think that this is the first month where I've been able to present to show that we have moved out of the red and we are now in positive territory. And you can see that right now we have a profit of $4,573 in our preschool revolving account. And that is as a result of some reshifting of some classrooms that opened up a few more spaces for full day learning. That also means that we have been collecting our tuitions on a regular basis, and we are actually in the same range as our expenses. You can see we've collected about 37% of our tuitions for the year, and our expenses are at the 43% range. So we're very close to where we're supposed to be tracking for the preschool revolving account. And then finally, just an update on our food service program. They continue to work diligently to bring students in. We have also received a small grant for our food services program, and that was $2,458. And that funding was based off of the number of meals that were served by Southborough Public Schools from April of 2020 until December of 2020. The a la carte offerings have continued to expand in terms of the number of students who are taking advantage of that. And so at this point in time, we are running a deficit still. We are at about $18,000 deficit. And as I have mentioned previously, we do have funds encumbered in our operational budget to cover that deficit at this point in time. And Keith, I don't know if there's anything you would like to add on the food service program.
Yeah, certainly. I want to thank Gary and the staff at Trottier for implementing the a la carte options. That was something that we did. We with a touch-free system as best we could. So that has been something that's been gaining a little bit of momentum at the middle school. I did visit both middle schools on Monday to see the production of the meals and the bags that were produced, and it was quite impressive. There are hundreds of bags being prepared, and what the report we're getting is that families, it is part of their routine, and they've been coming out. We were expecting that the winter would be a time maybe where that participation would dip, but in fact, it's remaining quite steady. The numbers for December did go down slightly, due to just the number of days and perhaps the week of remote we had prior to the Christmas break. So that all accounts for a pretty steady, dependable couple of months that we've had. I do want to thank, Kyle Parson and his team for their work. They have really tried hard to increase participation. And on certainly those Mondays, the production is not a small order. They start the preparation for that days in advance. So those Mondays are really helping us out tremendously. And certainly the town, the families that participate have benefited from that. So it's we're at a good clip right now, and hopefully it'll just improve.
So are there any questions?
I don't see any hands up. I thought there was one, but there's no hands up now. So thank you very much, Becky.
Thank you.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank Becky for adding that information in. That was very helpful. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
he was waiting to present that Katura all day. She kept saying, I had the Katura report.
Yeah.
Yes, it is nice to hear that that the revolving account for the preschool is turned out to get into the positive, get into the black, if you will.
Yes.
I see Jess's hand up now.
Yeah, we never got around to talking about the staffing problems that we were talking about earlier. Greg, you mentioned about how right at the beginning of the meeting, how it's been hard to get staff for basically helping kids out, on the remote days. You said maybe Heather could talk to that. And it just kind of occurred to me when we were talking about numbers and stuff. Heather, would it be okay to talk about that a little bit right now? Like, the challenges with that?
Sure, I'd be able to speak to that. So we have tried different methods of recruitment, different advertising sources. I've actually reached out to professors at local colleges to try to be creative. We've advertised in different places like grocery stores and different markets as well. But as far as filling positions, I know that other districts are having challenges around this too. Positions that we would have normally seen upwards of 30, 40 candidates for, we're really only seeing a few candidates apply, and some of those candidates are not necessarily qualified for the positions. So we're really just trying to be creative as much as possible, and I am hearing the same sentiments from my colleagues across the state as far as difficulties with hiring.
Okay, that's good to know, because parents complain about the SARP class sizes being big, or not enough attention on remote days, and I think it would be good for them to know that that we're trying really hard to get staff to fill in those gaps, and there just isn't staff to get. We're doing our best and we're working on it. It might just be good, Greg, to let people know that in some way, to make it known. I mean, I'll let people know who ask me or talk to me about it, but it would be great, because I think people just generally think we're just not paying attention to that need. And if they know that it's just another, misfortune of the pandemic, and there just aren't those people out there that are qualified and looking for that job, I think it's good information for people to know.
And I do think that the pandemic is having an impact on people applying in schools. I think that, it's certainly in the news morning, noon, and night about the schools and the pandemic. So if anybody knows of anybody who is qualified and interested, we have active postings. We're actively recruiting for substitutes. And please feel free to have them reach out to me.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
In reflecting, there are pockets of concern about a lot of issues, but I don't think it's actually fair to to say that people generally don't think that the schools are paying attention to this need. You know, I think that it could be a question, you know, from some folks, but I haven't heard that that's a general feeling by folks. It's just, I guess, my own sort of take on communications I've had.
People do complain about it a lot. So I do, you know, the chatter is high about that. So
like I said,
I just think that I mean, we're frustrated. It's very frustrating. You know, we've had principals engage in the hiring process and the work of the HR team and Heather, and you know, it's taken a lot of time, and the fruits of the labor have not been what we typically would see. You know, so we've had a lot of false starts where we've had candidates and they've declined. So it's just been I think it's frustrating for the SARP parents, which we acknowledge that it's frustrating for us. And we're hoping that hopefully once we're out of this pandemic and we start recruiting again, we have that pool of talented people we can move forward with.
Yeah, I have and I don't think there's any doubt that there's a concern about the level of staff, but I don't think that there's a general feeling that the district doesn't care about it. It's just you know, it's just a problem that it's very difficult to solve without inventory of candidates.
We did check with the ethics commission to see if school committee members could teach, but it's an ethics violation. So that was, I think, Gary's idea, and we pursued it as much as we could.
Excellent.
I just want
to listen. I know from my experience with my own kids, I'm not qualified. I am not qualified.
I just want to share once again and make sure that it's really clear that this is not something that is unique to our district.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. It's a statewide problem. You know, I've talked to folks in, you know, other school committees, and it's one of the major problems is the inventory of candidates and qualified potential staff members. It's very difficult.
I don't think that's common knowledge. So I think that's all I'm saying is that I think it would be good for people to generally know that there's not a pool. You know, it's not like there's a ton of people out there and we're ignoring them all. You know, there's just not a pool of qualified candidates out there, and we're not the only district going through this. You know, I think it would be good for people to know that.
Yeah, and Jess, I think that's valid. And I think the other thing is for people to understand that's really, really hard for people to understand is even if we could hire, the complexity is still great, right? Like even when we can find a qualified candidate, people need to understand that everybody wants a smaller class. Nobody wants to change teachers. You know, everybody wants to sort of have the movement back and forth, but nobody wants it to be disruptive. So the hiring, I agree with you that a lot of people don't understand. And I think there's a lot of layers to the complexity that it's hard for people to understand. So I think we have to do the best we can and know that they're not the parents are not going to understand all of it.
But I think going back to Heather's point, it also could be a networking opportunity. So mm-hmm. if we get parents knowing that, you know, there's a real shortage. There is no pool. We're trying to build a pool, and part of building a pool is really networking, getting the word out that if you know people who are talented or looking for work in an educational setting, that we're looking for people.
Right.
And if you know of career changers, people looking to change careers and go into education, we can certainly support guiding them into the pathway of going into education. So please encourage people to go into education. It's a great field, and we can support them and coach them.
Yeah, and Stephanie, I think you do bring up a really good point. It's a more complex problem than just numbers, even though numbers is a big problem. Yeah. You kind of, get past that, and then you're into another problem.
Yeah.
So it's a challenge. It's a challenge. Kamali.
Yes, I just wanted to, one of the values on the budget was the 89K, Becky, that we still need to kind of, you know, use that. And I just wanted to know if any of our principals or colleagues are kind of like have their hands raised for projects or initiatives that they want to use there. You know, Rhoda's not on the call, but maybe Stephanie has been saying, you know, please make sure that we have something aside for the recommendations out of the coalition. How are we?
So the grant, what we can use the money for is very limited. It's set by the state, and it does have to do with school reopening in relation to COVID-19. So I would say we've all been working very closely together. You know, at the beginning of, particularly at the beginning of the year, you know, Stephanie and I were working on some of the professional development initiatives. You know, been working with Julie around the technology that's been required. And then, you know, there have been times, I think Gary had purchased some bags, you know, to issue SARP packets to his students, and we were able to use the grant funds to relieve his budget. So, you know, wherever we've seen a need, we've been trying to apply it to this grant so that we can take the pressure off of the operational budget.
Okay. And I've seen the budget report, whether it's the monthly one or the full annual budget that we're also working on. The formatting, that style that you've used and you've changed over time has really been helpful. So just want to say thank you for that.
Oh, thank you.
Jen?
I don't want to belabor this point, but I did just want to speak up and to Jess's point that I don't, you know, and I didn't see her as saying that people are like angry at the schools, but I do think anytime we have an opportunity to share the really good work that the school administration or the teachers or any group is doing, I think it just helps, because I have heard a lot of parents also say, not in a necessarily a negative way, but you know, having concerns about the size of classes. And I think being able to really understand all of the really good things that we've been doing, because the truth is we all know that because we meet regularly and we have these conversations. The average parent isn't really even attending these school committee meetings. And so, you know, I think that's just, I just wanted to speak to that point, that I think there's benefits, and from a networking standpoint too, getting the word out there. So we do a lot of really good things. I think that we should boast about some of those things to some degree, or just at least clarify some of the difficulties that come up in some of the things that parents want. So that's all I wanted to say.
I think it's a very good point. Anything else? I guess we sort of were off on a different topic, but all right, Greg, I guess it's
so
the capital planning.
So capital planning, which was approved by the committee on November 9th, 2020 is in your packet. And then the next two items, the FY22 budget priorities, which we'll speak about in the budget presentation, as well as the FY22 budget calendar. And that leads us to the last item on the superintendent's report, which is the recommended budget presentation. Just give me 1 second. And is everyone able to see my screen? Okay. All right. So, so first of all, before I begin, I just want to thank the leadership team, central office leadership team, principals, for the hard work preparing the FY22 recommended budget. The process begins early on in September and takes a lot of effort from a principal's perspective, working with teachers and really thinking about what goals we want to accomplish in the upcoming fiscal year. So just a thank you to begin. So just in terms of the overall budget process, again, it begins in September and moves through October and November. So, you know, obviously throughout this process, we have many conversations as a leadership team, but also with the school committee, and really thinking about what we want to accomplish. Also, I'll just comment that there's a great partnership with the town of Southborough. You know, many conversations over the months of September, October, November, and December with town administrator Mark Purple and his team, really identifying, you know, what the fiscal landscape is of the town and the role that the school district plays in that context. So here we are in January. It's hard to believe it's January, but we reviewed the Nasdaq Enrollment and Demographic Study Report. And this evening, I'm presenting the recommended budget, superintendent's recommended budget. I will share that I am asking the committee. Typically, the committee would take a vote on the recommended budget. And my recommendation is that the committee not vote the recommended budget this month, that allow us some more time to work with the town and also get more accurate data with the governor's recommended budget, and that would just give us more accurate data for us to bring a budget forward in February. And again, the town meeting is still scheduled for Saturday, March 20th, 2021. And if that changes, we will be updated by Mark Purple. So I thought we'd begin where we left off last year in fiscal year 21. And I'll just point you to the superintendent's recommended amended budget row, the bottom row in yellow, highlighted in yellow. Again, as a result of the pandemic in March, we did go back to the budget process and amend the school committee voted budget, which was 4.02%, and amended it to a 2% budget. And obviously that impacts where we're starting off in fiscal year 22. And in terms of the impacts of that amended budget, we did see a reduction of 3.5 additional FTEs. We deferred some purchases, whether they're textbooks, technology, or general supplies, or library materials. So creating some context of where we left off from fiscal year 21. And again, the pandemic has had many impacts, and it's had a financial impact. So in terms of the work around budget, we reauthored our strategic plan. We have Vision 2026, Educate, Inspire, and Challenge. And, we are a vision and mission-driven organization. We're not about the bottom line. We're about helping students achieve. And this is the beacon that we use as we develop our budget. It's not about money. It's really about the goals we're trying to accomplish that are outlined in our strategic plan. And really thinking about how can we help and develop students who are collaborators, critical and creative thinkers, communicators, healthy and balanced, socially and civically engaged, and growth oriented. Also, what's unique to, I think, the Southborough School Committee, this does not happen everywhere, is that the Southborough School Committee develops budget priorities. And again, these are helpful priorities when the leadership team, principals, and educators and I are thinking about what we want to accomplish and the decisions that we need to make. So these are priorities that we revisit often, and again, kind of benchmark against as we think about the budget. So as we look at the fiscal year 2022 budget, there are a lot of unknowns. Typically in a budget year, at this point in time, we have a good sense of, where the town's finances are with the state, what's happening at the state level, and also kind of the larger economic outlook. This year is very unique, I think, as the town of Southborough is thinking about its financial position and trying to get a sense of where it is. Data is a bit slow in terms of where we typically would have information at this time of year. So again, I think the more patient we are in moving this budget forward, I think the more accurate data we'll have. We were hoping to see money from the Student Opportunity Act, which was passed into law about a year ago, specifically around transportation reimbursement for out-of-district students. There was going to be circuit breaker eligible. However, we are hearing that this is one of the COVID-19 impacts, and the Student Opportunity Act most likely will not be funded for this fiscal year 22. We're also expecting some fiscal year 22 expenses related to COVID-19. It was good news with a stimulus package allowing some of the CARES Act and some of the funding to be, the expenditures extended through December 31st of 2021. That allows us to, again, prepare for some expenses. For example, maybe PPE. We are anticipating that students or teachers will be wearing masks in the fall at this point. And then the unknown variable that I've already shared is just the town economic landscape in terms of what it looks like in terms of receipts. I think that's becoming more and more clear as the days and weeks progress. So some of the fiscal year 22 budget drivers are really instructional technology and software. Again, this is as a result of some of the deferments of technology that we made as a result to get to the 2%. Also restoration of maintenance of buildings. So again, we reduced the maintenance of buildings by $80,000 in FY21. And then the other budget driver is teacher salaries. So we're in year 2 of a 3-year contract, and the teacher salary impact is $366,013. And again, in terms of the total budget drivers, we're seeing it's a little under $500,000. So what are the budget offsets that we're looking at? So we are looking at the FY21 circuit breaker reimbursement offset of $1,066,136. And again, that is as a result of our out-of-district students who attend out-of-district placements, which are significant in cost. And as a result, the town is reimbursed expenses as a result. So this is being applied to reduce the 22 budget. So the fiscal year 2022 recommended budget is really a level services budget with growth in a few targeted areas. The recommended budget is $21,901,456, which reflects a $664,981 increase, or a 3.13% increase over FY21. And again, if you look at if we had moved forward with a 4.02% budget that had been approved by the school committee, and we were hoping to bring forward to the town voters for approval, this budget would have reflected a 1.1% increase over that 4.02. So just a summary of some of the growth areas in this budget. So a couple areas. The first, instructional resources and professional learning. So we are in the process of implementing a new history and social science curriculum framework, which has required kind of retooling and rethinking some of the materials and resources our educators and students are using. And also we are looking at a mathematics curriculum at the middle school. So they are at the end of life for a math program that they're currently using. So the budget includes money to renew that purchase. And then secondly, professional learning. So whenever we have an opportunity to invest in our educators' skills and knowledge, it's a great investment. And we're looking at, some of our equity of opportunity, some of our science, some of our history and social science training, as well as work in ELA and mathematics. Another growth area is translation services. So we are becoming more and more diverse. And part of the work that we do is making sure that our community gets the information they need in a way that they can access it. So we have steadily increased our translation services, and we are seeing an increase in that line item as well. And when Rhoda Webb presents her EL update at the February meeting, I think you'll see it dovetail nicely into what we're seeing in terms of trends of the need for translation. And then lastly, there is our funding for the implementation of absent management software for employees and substitute management. And this is a shared resource across the 3 districts, Northborough and the region. And basically it helps us be more efficient with tracking substitutes, launching substitutes, and it basically brings us into the 21st century. The way we do it currently is not efficient. It's a lot of people power, and this will help us maximize our resources a bit better. So we are having continued conversations. Some of these conversations don't have to do directly with money, but are important. So the leadership team, principals, and I are really looking at student level supports for academic interventions. So thinking about what impact is the pandemic having on students' academic performance, and what type of interventions or academic supports are we going to need to provide in a short-term manner next year to really help students close any potential learning gaps that happen as a result of the pandemic. We're also looking at our instructional coaching capacity to support teaching and learning. Again, this is one layer of our professional learning strategy that we have, where teachers have coaches and people who are helping support teaching and learning and kind of moving that instructional model forward. And lastly, we're looking at implementing recommendations of the music study group and the world language study group. The music study group made a recommendation in Southborough to really look at music experiences for our preschoolers, our youngest learners. So this budget actually includes some growth in that area. And then we're also looking at the world language study group recommendations. And part of the recommendation was really moving a world language experience down to our elementary schools. So this budget is looking at world language experience at the 5th grade level next year, with a plan to, again, implement in 4th grade and in subsequent grades in future years. So just a summary of where we started in terms of the budget process this fall and where we are. Again, all of the initial budget requests that came forward from principals and directors in the central office reflected an 8.15% increase over FY21. Obviously, we know that that's not sustainable. As a leadership team, we were able to discuss and look at our budget priorities, look at the school committee priorities, our strategic plan. We were able to reduce that to a 3.94% budget. And again, working with the leadership team and reiterating and looking at different line items and thinking about what we would like to accomplish. The leadership team and principals were able to bring the budget down to a 3.13% budget as a superintendent's recommended budget. And this does include funding for some of those interventions, world language at the 5th grade level. And also it does not reduce any of our current faculty or staff, and maintains our the school committee's class size policy. So at this point in time, I just will end with kind of a historical snapshot of the budgets that have been brought forth from the pre-K through 8 public schools of Southborough. If you kind of look at historically, I'll just move my hang on. So if you look at the past several budget cycles, you can see 1.96% to 3.16% was to 2.03, and then if the budget had been voted at the town meeting and COVID did not happen, it would have been a 4.02% budget increase. And that was driven primarily with special education and 2 out-of-district unanticipated special education placements. If that budget was passed, and again, the budget that we're presenting to you this evening would have reflected a 1.1% increase. But again, what was appropriated was a 2%, and what we're presenting this evening is a 3.13% budget. And again, my recommendation to the school committee is not to vote the budget this evening, to allow us some more time, the remaining weeks in January, and present the actual recommended budget in February. And at this point in time, I would be happy to answer any questions.
I see Kamali with her hand up.
I think it's slide 13 or 14. If you could go to those. The second bullet talks about training. Yes, this one. Instructional coaching to support teaching and learning. Maybe I should know this, but is that where something like the World of Difference peer leadership training program is included? Is it like a bucket item or?
Yes, so that actually is on this slide, Kamali. It's in the growth areas, and that would be under instructional resources and professional learning. So that is where we would see those types of programs.
Okay.
The instructional coaching, is really around thinking about the teaching and learning aspects, the instructional practice, and really giving teachers the support to really think about their instructional practice and thinking about what happens in their classrooms.
Okay. And I guess I have another question. I don't mean to ruffle any feathers, but where would something like recommendations for changes at the high school level, would I see that in here, or that would be in the regional budget? Okay.
So that would be in the regional budget.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm clear.
Katura.
So thank you for this. This is great. So the recommended budget increase total is $665,000 at this point anyway. And then the budget drivers are $495,000. So does that mean that the other $170,000 are these growth areas and continued budget conversations? Is that what, so these are things that we're actually spending money on in this budget, not just discussion? Okay.
Becky, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, so it is spread out. It's a number of smaller increases that are spread out throughout multiple line items too. Some of the schools maybe rearranged some of their line items in order to achieve like a 2% increase, where they may have taken reductions in one line item, but increased in others. So I know the principals and the directors worked very diligently on their budgets, and were very planful in terms of what was, I guess, what was they had to do without last year when we made the budget cuts, and just thinking about some of the areas where they could make some restorations.
Okay, yeah, no, I know it's a huge project. I couldn't tell if the growth areas and the continued budget conversations were actual expenditure areas for this budget, or if that was meant for a future time. So,
and there are other cost of living increases as well. Like we just highlighted teachers, but there are other staff cost of living increases that are also included in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
So I will share that, you know, working with Town Administrator Purple, the town has asked us to bring in a budget at a 2 to 3% increase. So that was the range, the target range. And again, you know, we're at a 3.13%, so we're close. And I think more time will allow us better data to get to that number.
Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment about not voting this budget at this meeting and moving it to next month, which I concur with. But I wanted to at least let people know, as I suspect you are aware, schools try to work very closely with the town as far as budgets and finances, especially in a year like this. And you know, Katura may have been a part of this last year as the chair. There's a finance meeting every couple of weeks, meets early in the morning, which includes you know, the select board chair and the advisory chair, myself, capital planning chair, and certainly key operational folks, Greg, town treasurer, the assessor, accountant. And we discussed this fact that we were going to move the voting the budget until next month, and they wholeheartedly agreed with this. So the other comment about working closely with the town is, as you can probably imagine, there's incredible pressure on town departments to cut their budgets, just like there's pressure on us. But when you take a small department and you take a look at a certain dollar cut, those kinds of cuts actually are crippling to some of those departments. In some cases, that might be a rounding error for us with the budget our size. So anything we can do still to maintain the budget priorities we have, but to kind of be fiscally responsible in looking at reducing certain things, it helps the town out a lot. And they appreciate it. So just a couple comments on that. Back to you, Greg.
All right. So I think if there are no other...
I'm sorry, I see Katura's hand up. Is it still up or is it up again? Oh, I don't see it up anymore. All right.
So the leadership team will continue to work on the FY22 budget, and we'll continue to partner with the town and make adjustments. And again, we'll continue to keep the operational budget subcommittee apprised, and probably be another meeting before our February school committee meeting. And that concludes my budget presentation and superintendent's report.
So we are now into educational policy, which there is none.
Roger, would it be okay if I know principals have homework to do, so I see a couple people still on. would it be okay to have them sign off if they wish?
Oh, absolutely. I thought they had actually I thought they had moved to another meeting. I see Gary still here, and
Gary, you're more than welcome to stay on. But
I thought they had gone to another meeting. So of course.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Gary.
Keith, you have to stay on. I'm sorry.
Good night.
I got it.
I guess that we're now into the policy development and distribution. Now, I noticed that there are, well, I noticed in the packet, there were a lot of second readings. Are we looking to vote any of these or all of these second readings, Greg, or are we?
Yeah, so since the first, since last meeting, and there really have been no changes to the policy. I think there might have been one or two grammatical errors that were corrected, but the substance and the content of the policies have remained the same. The only thing that I would ask is J350G, which is G on your agenda, is that we don't vote that policy. Talking with Mary Ellen, we would like some more time to kind of revisit that again. But that's the only policy that I would ask not to be considered for a vote, a second vote.
Now, I also want to mention that the second group here is recommended to be rescinded. It's A100, A110, and I guess A140. And that, so they would be rescinded if, I guess, as a result of certain policies being approved in that first group, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Well, does anybody have any objection to voting these? I look to the committee. So.
No objection.
Then I guess I'll read down the list. I would entertain a motion to approve Civil Rights Non-Discrimination Policy A180, Title IX Sexual Harassment Policy A190, Corey Policy G320, National Background Checks Fingerprinting Policy G330, Family and Medical Leave Act Policy G340, audio and videotaping recording of meetings in school facilities I320. I'm going to not mention, and I'm going to move on past the next one and say prohibition against alcohol or drugs or vaping at school-sponsored events, which is J360. Educational opportunities for military children, which is J370. Educational opportunities for children in foster care, which is J380. And homeless students enrollment rights and services, which is J390. Is there any discussion, at least on this, before I entertain a motion to approve these? Seeing none, would anybody like to so move?
So moved.
So moved by Katura. Do I have a second?
Second by Kamali.
Second by Kamali. I don't see any hands up. Roll call vote. Katura?
Yes.
Kamali? You're muted.
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes. Jessica?
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that's approved unanimously. So the following three policies are recommended to be rescinded, and that would be sexual harassment in the school policy A100, sexual harassment in the workplace A110, non-discrimination, equal opportunity affirmation action Title IX, ADA Title I, Section 504, Chapter 622, grievance procedure policy A140. So I would entertain a motion to rescind those policies.
So moved.
So moved by Keturah.
I'm going to second that.
Seconded by Kamali. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote again. Keturah?
Yes.
Jessica?
Yes.
Kamali?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So that is also approved unanimously. Greg, personnel items.
So in your packet is the distribution of personnel report. So just a couple of changes for your review. So no significant changes in the personnel report.
Okay, questions? Communications.
So I just actually have one communication that is centered around school improvement planning. So last year, as you know, we embarked on a strategic planning process to reauthorize our strategic plan. At the same time, we redesigned our school improvement planning process and realigned timelines and deadlines and when the plans were due and so forth. That work was done last year. This year, all of our schools are reauthorizing their school improvement plans. Our intention, our goal was to have them presented in June. But after conversations with principals and Stephanie and the leadership team, my recommendation or request is to have those new plans presented early in the fall. That will give our principals and schools and the central office leadership team just more time to make sure we're going through the process with fidelity and doing the job that we need to do to create outstanding plans that align with our strategic plan.
All right. Questions? Okay, we have, thank you for that, Greg. We have some minutes to approve. They are the minutes from the open meeting of December 9th, 2020. They're in the packet. Does anybody have any suggested changes to those minutes? If not, I see no hands up. I would entertain a motion to approve the open meeting minutes of the Southborough School Committee of December 9th, 2020.
So moved.
Moved by Kamali. Is there a second?
I'll second Jen.
Seconded by Jen. Seeing still no hands up, roll call vote. Keturah?
Yes.
Jess?
Yes.
Kamali?
Yes.
Jen?
Yes.
I vote yes. So they are approved unanimously. Well, bills and payroll. Agenda for next month. I have a couple of items, but I can sort of wait if you have some things in mind, Greg, that you want to mention.
Sure. So we have the Rhoda Webb's report.
Correct.
Correct. For the recommended school committee budget. We'll have an update on our increasing in-person learning. Those are the three major agenda items that I'm thinking of at this point.
I think Keturah said we could put the master plan on the agenda. We don't know whether we'll have anything yet, but we should have that at least on the agenda as a placeholder. Is that?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I'll have something to present. So okay. I think that'll be good.
Greg, I wonder if it makes any sense. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say maybe an update from Mary Ellen on the distribution process for the testing, the new at-home testing, like how that's been going.
Okay. Greg, does it make any sense to put a placeholder in for IT or not necessarily for next meeting? Just any kind of an update that.
Yeah, I think
there may be nothing to report at that time, but
no, I think that makes sense. within our targeted timeline. So I
Okay.
think it works.
Jess?
Yeah, just looking at the next scheduled, it looks like it's not called a combined meeting, but it looks like a combined meeting on the 27th. Can you just remind me what that one's about?
So it's going to be legal, reviewing legal services and actually hearing from three legal firms. We're up for renewal, so we have to select a legal contract moving forward. And then the other topic is an update on testing. So more information on the testing and the plan moving forward.
Did we get a time on that? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
No, so we haven't, so we're gonna post that agenda next week, Jessica.
Okay.
So we're gonna meet with Katara and Joan Frank, who are the chairs, and plan the agenda. So something should come out either Tuesday or Wednesday.
That'll be an evening meeting?
Yeah, I'm thinking 6:30, I believe, but more information will be shared shortly.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, just a thank you to Katara for moving our meeting to 5:30. That was
you stole my thunder. I wanted to comment on that, and I still will, by the way.
We would have an hour and a half left ahead of us.
But you see, we still have now this is interesting. So the next agenda item is audience sharing. Do I really have to invite anyone to share since the attendees are down to 0? Or I don't think I've ever been able to skip that. So, and if this meeting had started at 6:30, I wondered when that attendee number would have gone to 0 before the end of the meeting.
Or the panelists. The panelists have gone to 0, Roger, is the question.
Fair enough. So I would just like, when people think back on this meeting and think about the 10:15 end date, I just want you to keep thinking about the 6:30 original posted start date when you do your subtraction. And I too would like Katura. I would like to thank Katura very much for being the instigator in moving this meeting. And I never realized how much I liked that word until I actually heard you also use the word early in the meeting, Katura.
Like sinister and exciting at the same time.
Really?
I looked at this. I looked at this agenda and I had a flashback to last August. I was like, this is going to be long.
So. God. What was our record meeting? Like 6.5 hours or something?
Yeah.
Oh, that meeting went from 6 to 1:30. Is that what?
Yeah, that was insane.
No, actually that was. Are you sure that did that? I thought that went 7 hours. Didn't that start at 6?
I didn't make it through that one. That's the one where I had my brain thing and ended up in the hospital. So I didn't even make it through that one.
Yeah, I think it was 7.5 hours, some crazy thing like that, or 7 hours and 15 minutes, or so. I don't know. I'm not proud of that record.
All right.
So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
So I didn't. So let's see. I think who moved it?
Jess.
Jess moved it, and seconded by Kamali. Roll call vote. Ventura?
Yes.
Jess?
Yes.
Kamali?
Yes.
Jen?
Yes.
I vote yes. That motion carries unanimously, and we are adjourned at 10:17 p.m. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.